Hey friends, tonight we're going on a journey about one of humanity's most elegant solutions to a seemingly impossible problem. This is the story of a carpenter's son who changed the world with nothing but patience, precision, and an almost superhuman dedication to making things tick. So, as we ease in, take a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, let's discover how John Harrison taught the world to tell time at sea. Picture yourself on a wooden ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in the year 1700. The water looks like a wrinkled blue bedsheet with no edges. It goes on forever. The sails made of canvas above you snap and billow in the wind, making sounds like thunder in the distance. You can hear the wood creaking all the time below deck. The ship's wooden bones bend and groan as the waves lift and drop the ship in a never-ending rhythm that makes your stomach feel bad. Now here's the scary part. You have no idea where you are. You have a pretty good idea of how far north or south you've gone. That's not too hard. A sextant can tell you the angle of the sun at noon when it is at its highest point in the sky. To find your latitude, compare that angle to tables in a book and do some math that would make your high school geometry teacher proud. For hundreds of years, sailors had been doing this, and it worked great. But what about east and west? That's when things got hard. Scary and very hard to understand. To find out how far east or west you've travelled, your longitude, you need to know what time it is back home. This may seem easy, but it's actually very hard. You can figure out that you're about 60 degrees west of London if you know that it's noon where you are now and that it's 4 in the afternoon back in London. 15 degrees of longitude is equal to 1 hour of time difference. It's really beautiful math, the kind that makes you feel smart just thinking about it. The problem is that clocks from the 1700s were moody and worked great in your living room, but as soon as you put them on a ship, they became useless lumps of metal and gears. The metal parts of the device expanded and contracted when the temperature changed. The moisture in the air caused their delicate parts to rust. The constant rocking motion messed up their pendulums, which were the weights that kept time steady. And what about salt air? Salt air was like poison to machines. It ate away at brass and steel like the ocean waves that slowly wear down a cliff. Sailors in the age of exploration were basically driving across a flat desert with no GPS, compass, or map. They had to guess where they were by looking at the sun and making educated guesses. And as you might expect, this caused disasters that would haunt maritime history. Ships would sail confidently toward what they thought was a safe harbour, only to find themselves grinding onto rocks that shouldn't have been there for another 100 miles. Whole fleets would miss their destinations by hundreds of miles, and sailors would run out of food and water as they desperately searched the horizon for land that was actually far behind them. The ocean was hiding things, and those things were dangerous. On a foggy October night in 1707, a British naval fleet led by Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel was sailing home from Gibraltar. This was the worst maritime disaster of the time. The Admiral's navigators told him they were safely to the west of the dangerous rocks off the Isles of Scilly, which are near the southwestern tip of England. They were wrong. Catastrophically, it was wrong in the past. 4 ships hit the rocks that night and went down in a matter of hours. Their screams were lost in the fog and wind as almost 2,000 men drowned in the cold Atlantic waters. Admiral Shovel was one of them. He made it to shore alive, but a local woman killed him because she wanted his emerald ring. It was the kind of tragedy that shows you how cruel it can be when people make mistakes and nature acts. Britain was shocked. The country that was building an empire that stretched around the world couldn't even safely get its own ships home. It was like being a great race car driver who couldn't always park in their own garage. The embarrassment was only worse than the rising death toll and the money lost when merchant ships disappeared into the ocean's vast anonymity. There had to be a change. The question was what, and who would be smart enough to figure out a problem that had stumped the smartest people of the time? In the village of Falby in Yorkshire, England, a boy named John Harrison grew up in a world where the sun moved across the sky and the seasons changed. John was born in 1693 and was the kind of kid who noticed things that other kids didn't, like how shadows moved across the floor, how birds seemed to know exactly when dawn would break, and the exact rhythm of his own heartbeat. His dad was a carpenter, which meant he was a craftsman, an artist, and a problem solver all at the same time. When people needed a door that fit just right, a table that wouldn't wobble, or a beam that could hold up a roof for 100 years, they came to you. Carpentry required an eye for detail and a feel for how materials worked. Young John learned these skills quickly, like a sponge soaking up water. But what really interested John was something that most carpenters didn't think about very much: time. He would watch his dad work and pay attention to how long each job took, how the quality of the wood affected how fast it could be cut, and how his dad's experience helped him guess how long a project would take with amazing accuracy. John was thinking about measurement, precision, and the unseen rhythms that controlled everything around him, while other boys his age were playing games or doing things that made their parents sigh heavily. When John was about 7 years old, he got smallpox, a disease that killed millions of people and left those who survived with scars for life. John lived, but the sickness kept him in bed for weeks. Someone gave him a watch while he was recovering, and it changed his life. You might think that a watch is a boring gift for a sick kid. There were no flashing lights, moving parts you could see, or bells and whistles. That watch, though, was a window into a world of precision for John Harrison. He would put it to his ear and listen to the steady tick-tock of brass and steel like a heartbeat. He would watch the hands move slowly around the dial, turning seconds into minutes, minutes into hours, and hours into days. He took it apart, which is the most amazing thing. Imagine being 7 years old, sick with a disease that is killing people all around you, and deciding that the most interesting thing you could do is take apart a complicated machine to see how it works. John took out each tiny screw, gear, and piece of metal with great care and put them on his bedside table. Then, with a level of focus that seems almost impossible for a child, he put it all back together. And it still worked. This wasn't just mechanical skill. It was a kind of genius that shows itself early and loudly. John Harrison knew what he wanted to do before most kids could spell their own names. John's interest in clocks didn't fade as he got older. He didn't make it less deep. He made it deeper. He started making clocks, not as a business at first, but as a hobby that took up all of his free time. He worked in his father's carpentry shop and tried out different materials, designs, and ways to fix the basic problems that made clocks inaccurate. Wood was the first thing he chose that changed everything. Other clockmakers used metal gears that changed shape with temperature changes. John, on the other hand, found that certain types of wood, like oak and boxwood, had amazing qualities. If you cut them the right way and put them together the right way, they would naturally adjust to changes in temperature. When one part got bigger, the other part got smaller, which kept the clock's accuracy stable. It was the kind of insight that seems clear in retrospect but takes real genius to find. John was learning about physics and engineering on his own, even though these ideas wouldn't be written down for decades. He did this while working in a small workshop in Yorkshire by candlelight. By the time he was in his 20s, John had made clocks that were so accurate that they only lost about 1 second a month. This was an amazing feat for the time. People would travel for miles to see his clocks, which were local wonders. But John wasn't happy. He could tell that there was something bigger that his skills could do, some bigger problem that only his unique genius could solve. He didn't know yet that the problem was waiting for him in the form of a parliamentary prize, a maritime crisis, and the task of making a clock that could keep perfect time while being tossed around on angry seas. In 1714, when John Harrison was only 21 and still making wooden clocks in Yorkshire, the British Parliament did something strange. They asked for help. The Longitude Act said that anyone who could figure out the longitude problem would get a prize of £20,000, which is about the same as several £1,000,000 today. £20,000. Take a moment to think about that. Parliament was offering enough money to buy a small estate, live comfortably for life, and still have enough left over to pay for your grandchildren's education. At the time, a skilled craftsman could only make £50 a year. People quit their jobs and spent their lives trying to solve problems that seemed impossible because of the prize. But there were some rules for the prize. Your solution had to be able to figure out the longitude to within half a degree after a ship had sailed to the West Indies and back, which could take months. That might not sound very exact until you remember that half a degree of longitude at the equator is about 34 miles. Your method had to tell a ship's captain where he was to within the distance a person could walk in a day after months at sea, through storms and calm heat and cold. Parliament set up the Board of Longitude to look at the proposed solutions. This group of scientists, naval officers and government officials would decide who should get the prize. Some of the smartest people in Britain were on this board, including astronomers who liked the lunar distance method for finding longitude. The lunar distance method was beautiful in math, and very hard in astronomy. Theoretically, navigators could figure out their longitude by measuring the exact position of the moon against background stars and comparing that to tables made by astronomers. It took clear skies, accurate tools, complicated math, and at least an hour of work for each measurement. Astronomers were happy with the solution, but sailors who were practical wanted to throw their sextants overboard. A lot of the board members, especially the astronomers, thought that the answer to the longitude problem had to come from the stars. After all, navigation has always been about looking at the stars. They thought it was unlikely at best and ridiculous at worst that someone could fix this problem with a mechanical device, which was basically a very fancy clock. John Harrison would have to deal with this bias for most of his life, but he didn't know that yet. John made a choice in 1728, when he was 35. That would shape the rest of his life. He would go to London, show the Board of Longitude his ideas for a sea clock, and win the prize that no one else had been able to get. In the 1700s, it wasn't easy to get from Yorkshire to London. It took days of travel on roads that were barely improved dirt paths, staying in coaching inns where the beds had more previous occupants than you wanted to think about, and spending money that John didn't really have to spare. But he went on the trip, bringing with him drawings and descriptions of a clock that no one had ever seen before. John went to London to find Edmund Halley, the same Halley who has a comet named after him. Halley was the Astronomer Royal and a member of the Board of Longitude. This meant that he could either help or hurt John's goals. John was lucky that Halley was the kind of scientist who valued smart answers no matter where they came from. Halley looked at John's plans and saw that they were truly unique. This wasn't a crazy person with vague ideas and crazy claims. This was a craftsman who had spent a lot of time thinking about how hard it was to keep track of time at sea and come up with specific, useful solutions. Halley introduced John to George Graham, London's best clockmaker. Graham was also smart enough to know when genius came to his shop. Graham spent the whole day with John, listening to his ideas, looking at his drawings, and slowly realising that this country carpenter had ideas that London's best instrument makers had missed. Graham did something amazing by the end of their meeting. He offered to lend John money without charging him interest to help him build his first marine timekeeper. It was a leap of faith in what people could do, and it changed everything. John went back to Yorkshire with enough money to start building a clock that could work at sea. He was about to enter a part of his life that would last for decades, drive him insane and change the world. But first, he had to make the thing. Think about how long it would take to make just one clock. Not as a hobby or a side project, but as your main focus for 5 years of calculating, adjusting, testing, and improving. That's what John Harrison did from 1730 to 1735. He made his first marine timekeeper, which would later be called H1. H1 was not a delicate pocket watch. It was a huge machine that weighed about 75 pounds and was about 2 feet tall. Your first thought when you saw it in a museum today would probably be that it looks like a steampunk sculpture with all the brass gears and strange moving parts. But every part of H1's design had a specific purpose in the fight against the forces that had stopped every other attempt at making a sea clock. John's main problem was figuring out how to make a clock that keeps accurate time even when it is moved, shaken, heated, cooled, and hit by salty air all the time. It was like asking someone to play a violin while riding a roller coaster during an earthquake. The main task is hard enough without all those extra things getting in the way. John's ideas were brilliant because he had spent years thinking about how mechanisms work when they are under stress. John used a balance mechanism with 2 weighted bars connected by springs instead of a pendulum. A pendulum needs gravity to work all the time, but it didn't work on a ship that was tilting. One bar would swing one way, and the other would swing the other way when the ship rolled, which stopped the ship from moving. It was a mechanical genius that was turned into brass and steel. The 2 balances were like dancers moving in perfect opposition, their movements so perfectly timed that the ship's rocking didn't matter. The ship pitched and rolled through the waves, but inside H1's mechanism, time moved forward with calm precision. The temperature was another problem. When you heat metal, it expands, and when you cool it, it shrinks. You may have noticed this when you run hot water over a jar lid to make it easier to open. These tiny changes in size can mess up the timing of a clock so much that it stops working. John used bimetallic strips to fix this. These strips were made of brass and steel, and reacted to changes in temperature in opposite ways, making up for each other. Then there was friction, which is bad for all moving parts. Friction was trying to slow things down and make them less accurate every time gear teeth meshed together or a bearing turned in its housing. Most clockmakers of the time used oil to reduce friction, but oil thickened in the cold, thinned in the heat, and eventually turned into sticky residue that gummed up the works. John's answer was to use lignum vitae, a very hard, heavy wood that has its own natural oils. His bearings were made from this wood that doesn't need oil, so he didn't need any at all. John knew a lot about how materials acted when they were under stress, and every problem had a solution. H1 was more than just a clock. It was a dissertation in mechanical engineering that a man who had never gone to college wrote in brass and steel. H1 was ready for its trial in 1735. The Board of Longitude sent John on the HMS Centurion to Lisbon, Portugal and back. This trip would test whether this complicated machine could really do what John said it could. Think about how John felt as he watched his 5 years of work being carefully loaded onto a Royal Navy warship. The open ocean was about to judge everything he had given up, every hour he had spent in his workshop and every calculation and adjustment he had made. The trip was hard. The Atlantic doesn't care about your precise tools or the work you've done for the rest of your life. The Centurion's deck was covered in waves, and the ship rolled at angles that made even experienced sailors hold onto the railings. Below, in the captain's cabin, H1 sat quietly ticking away, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around it. The ship's navigators thought they were getting closer to England from a certain place on the way back. John's clock said they were really about 90 miles east of where the navigators thought they were. John told the captain that they were getting close to England near the dangerous waters around Start Point. He did this with the confidence of someone who trusted his own work more than what most people thought. Roger Wills, the captain, believed what John said enough to change course, and when the fog cleared, Start Point was right where John's clock said it would be. The navigators had made a mistake that could have easily sunk the ship by almost 100 miles. H1 was correct. You might think that this successful trial would have won John the Longitude Prize right away. His clock had just shown that it could do exactly what Parliament had promised to pay £20,000 to do. But you would be underestimating how hard it is to convince experts who are doubtful that someone has solved a problem they thought was almost impossible. The Board of Longitude said that H1 had potential, which in bureaucratic language means, this is interesting, but we're not ready to give you all that money yet. They gave John £500 to keep working on it and make a better version. It was both encouragement and a clear message, show me again and do it better. John might have been feeling down. He went back to his shop and started making plans for H2 instead. You might think that H2 would take less time now that John knew how to do it because it took him 5 years to build H1. You would be very wrong. It took John almost 20 years to finish H2, but not because he worked slowly, he kept coming up with better ideas. This is the time in John Harrison's life that will test your patience just to hear about it. Imagine spending your whole adult life trying to solve one problem, getting close, and then realising you could do better and starting over and over, for 40 years. H2, which was finished in 1741, was heavier than H1, about 86 pounds. But it had changes that made it more accurate in theory. John had fine-tuned his temperature compensation system, improved his balance mechanism, and made a lot of small changes that, when added together, made a difference. It was like seeing a perfectionist change a document, changing the words and punctuation until each sentence was as clear as glass. But before H2 could be tested at sea, John realised something that worried him. He had already come up with ways to make it better. The world of ships was also changing. The Board of Longitude had paid for the creation of a new way to measure the distance to the moon, and astronomers were publishing tables that made navigating by the stars easier. John's chance to prove his mechanical solution was running out. John started working on H3 in 1749. It would take him 17 years to finish this version. During that time, he hardly left his workshop, rarely saw friends, and focused so hard that his friends and family were worried. William, his son, who had grown up watching his father's obsession, became his assistant and later his advocate when he had to deal with the Board of Longitude. H3 was smaller than the ones that came before it, but it was much more complicated. John added new features like a bimetallic strip to adjust for temperature and a caged roller bearing mechanism. This design was so ahead of its time that it wasn't rediscovered and widely used until the Industrial Revolution, more than 100 years later. You benefit from something John Harrison came up with while trying to solve the longitude problem every time you ride in a car or use a machine with roller bearings. But there was a problem with H3 that John couldn't completely fix. It was more sensitive to the ship's movement than his other designs. The changes he made in some areas had made other areas weaker. It was the kind of trade-off in engineering that keeps perfectionists up at night. And John was definitely a perfectionist. John was in his 60s by the middle of the 1750s. He had been working on sea clocks for more than 30 years. His first try was good enough to show that the idea worked, but not good enough to win the longitude prize. His later attempts had been better in some ways, but he still hadn't reached the level of perfection he wanted. A lot of people would have given up. The right thing to do would have been to admit that he had made important contributions, take whatever money the Board of Longitude was willing to give him, and then retire knowing that he had helped people learn more. John Harrison was not like most people, and he was not being reasonable about this problem. John made a choice in his workshop that must have seemed a little crazy even to him. He would stop working on H3 and start over from scratch with a very different method. His new clock would be nothing like the big, complicated machines he had spent years building. It would be small, elegant, and based on ideas he had learned while working on the other ones but had never fully used. He would make H4, which would be a watch. Think of a pocket watch from the 1700s, like the kind you might see in a period drama, as hanging from a gold chain on a gentleman's waistcoat. Fancy, classy, and small enough to fit in your hand. Now picture this watch being so accurate and well made that it will lose less than a minute after months at sea, through storms and calm, heat and cold. That was H4. John Harrison started working on H4 in 1755, and by 1759 he had made something that looked simple but wasn't. It was about 5 inches across, which is big for a pocket watch by today's standards, but small compared to H1, H2 or H3. It was only 3 pounds heavy. You could easily hold it in both hands and admire its clean white face, elegant Roman numerals, and the way its hands moved smoothly to mark seconds and minutes with perfect timing. But the ease was a trick. Inside H4's silver case was a world of exactness. John had put together everything he had learned about clockmaking over the past 30 years into a package that could fit in your pocket. The balance wheel moved back and forth 5 times per second, which was faster than any other marine timekeeper. This meant that small mistakes in each oscillation would average out instead of getting worse. It was the application of statistical smoothing to mechanical engineering, long before anyone had put these ideas into writing. The escapement mechanism, which turns the spring's energy into the regular tick-tock motion, was a work of art in terms of miniaturization and accuracy. John had made sure that every tooth on every gear fit together perfectly, which cut down on friction to almost nothing while still keeping the right ratios for keeping time. The craftsmanship was so good that when you look at H4 under a magnifying glass, you can see details that shouldn't have been possible with tools from the 18th century. The temperature compensation system used a bimetallic balance that grew and shrank in just the right amounts to keep the watch accurate in both Arctic cold and tropical heat. The jeweled bearings, which were tiny ruby bearings that John used at important friction points, kept the machine from wearing down and kept it accurate for a long time. Every part of H4 was the most advanced thing that could be done with machines at the time. H4 was ready for its trial in 1761, when John was 68 years old. The Board of Longitude sent the watch on a trip to Jamaica to test it. The trip would take months, and put the watch through all kinds of weather and conditions that could happen in the Atlantic. William, John's son, offered to go with H4 on the trip. This was partly because his father was too old for such a long and hard journey, and partly because someone needed to wind the watch every day and keep an eye on how it was working. Can you picture how William felt as HMS Deptford got ready to leave? He had his father's whole life's work in a silver case that was small enough to fit in his pocket. If H4 didn't work, all the work the Harrison family had done for decades would have been for nothing. If they were successful, they would gain fame, wealth, and the satisfaction of solving one of the biggest scientific problems of the time. The trip to Jamaica took 81 days, and during that time William wound H4 every day, and kept careful records of how it worked. The watch kept ticking through the heat of the Caribbean and the storms of the Atlantic, as well as the calm times when the ship barely moved, and the gales when experienced sailors prayed for deliverance. William compared H4's time to local astronomical observations, When the Deptford finally got to Jamaica, H4 had lost 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The watch was off by 5 seconds after 81 days at sea, during which it travelled thousands of miles in all kinds of weather. That mistake meant that the longitude calculation was off by just over 1 nautical mile, which is a lot better than the 34 miles the longitude prize needed. The trip back was just as amazing. The Deptford came back to England after 161 days at sea, and H4's total error was 1 minute and 54.5 seconds. There should have been no doubt that John Harrison had solved the longitude problem because it had gone so far beyond what was needed to win the highest level of the longitude prize. At this point you might think that the Board of Longitude would have given John the full £20,000 prize right away, ordered several copies of H4 and celebrated British creativity. That is not what happened. Not even close. If you've ever had to deal with red tape, you know how annoying it is when rules change, goals change, and committees ask for more proof before they make a decision. Now, multiply that frustration by a few decades and add the bitter disappointment of seeing lesser solutions get support, while your own work is met with endless doubt. John Harrison had that experience after H4's successful trial. The Board of Longitude said that H4 had done very well, but instead of giving them the prize, they asked for another trial. They said that the first trip might have been a fluke. We had to test the watch again to make sure it worked the same way every time. John, who is now 70 years old, had to agree. The second trial happened in 1764 on a trip to Barbados. The Board of Longitude sent Neville Maskelyne this time. He was an astronomer who was very interested in the lunar distance method of finding longitude. Maskelyne was smart and dedicated, but unfortunately for John, he was completely sure that astronomical methods were better than mechanical ones. H4 worked perfectly during the trip, but Maskelyne's report focused on small problems and theoretical issues instead of the watch's overall accuracy. It was like complaining that the cup holder is an inch too small when you review a car that gets 100 miles per gallon. When they got back to England, the board decided that even though H4 had done a great job, they couldn't give him the full prize until John showed everyone how he built things and let other watchmakers copy his work. This request put John in a bad spot. He didn't want to share his secrets because other makers could copy his design and he would lose his edge in the market. He would not get the prize he had worked his whole adult life for if he said no. It was a bureaucratic catch-22 that looked like it was meant to keep him from getting the credit he deserved. The board finally gave John half of the prize money, £10,000, but only if he explained how he did it and made sure that the duplicate watches were built. It was like winning an Olympic gold medal and being told you could only have it if you taught everyone else how to do it first. If they were happy with how you taught them, you might get the rest of your prize later. Neville Maskelyne had become the Astronomer Royal and a senior member of the Board of Longitude by this point. He kept pushing for the lunar distance method by publishing tables and instructions that made navigating the stars easier. It was good work that helped a lot of sailors, but it also meant that the person judging John's mechanical method had spent years working on a competing solution. The scientific community had a strong bias against mechanical solutions. A lot of astronomers thought that navigation was an astronomical problem at its core, and should be solved with astronomical tools. They were offended that a craftsman, who wasn't even a real scientist or mathematician, could use gears and springs to figure out longitude. For years, John built duplicate watches under the board's watchful eye. He showed other watchmakers how to do it and gave them more and more detailed explanations of his work. William, his son, became his lawyer, publicist, and moral support all at once. He argued John's case before the board, wrote pamphlets explaining how unfair their treatment was, and did all of these things. John was in his late 70s by the early 1770s, and he still hadn't won the full longitude prize. It had turned into a bit of a public scandal. This man had clearly solved the problem that Parliament had asked him to, but he couldn't get the promised reward because of technical issues, bureaucratic delays, and what seemed to be professional jealousy from the astronomical establishment. In 1772, John was desperate and knew he didn't have much time left because he was getting older. He did something strange. He wrote to King George III directly. It was a brave move to go straight to the royal authority instead of going through the Board of Longitude. King George III liked science and was especially interested in tools that were very accurate. The king was said to be very angry when he found out about John's situation. A man had spent 50 years working on an important problem and still hadn't gotten the promised reward. He had H4 brought to his private observatory, where he watched it work for weeks. The king was sure that John had been treated unfairly. George III used his power to make Parliament give John Harrison the rest of the prize money. John finally got the full £20,000 he had been promised almost 60 years earlier in 1773 when he was 80 years old. It was a win, but it was a sad one. John won not because the scientific community recognised his work, but because the royal family had stepped in and stopped them from objecting any longer. The Board of Longitude never officially said that John had won the Longitude Prize. Instead, they made the payment as a special grant from Parliament, which was worded in such a way as to avoid suggesting that the board had made a mistake. 3 years later, in 1776, John Harrison died at the age of 83. He had lived long enough to see his work get praise, to know that his sea clocks worked and could save lives, and to see the start of a revolution in how ships navigated that would last for the next 200 years. But he died without ever getting a formal letter from the Board of Longitude saying that he had solved the problem they had asked him to solve. You might not feel like you've won even when you do win. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, and the stress of the day starts to fade, let's talk about what happened after John Harrison died. This is when his story goes from being about a personal victory to a global change. By the 1780s, other watchmakers were making marine chronometers based on John's ideas. These watches were very expensive. A good marine chronometer could cost more than the captain of the ship made in a year. But for long trips, they quickly became very useful. Ship owners learned that the price of a chronometer was nothing compared to the value of the cargo they could lose if they got lost. As standard equipment, the British Navy started giving ships marine chronometers. Captain James Cook took a chronometer made by Larkham Kendall on his famous Pacific voyages in the 1770s. It was basically a copy of H4. Cook wrote with great enthusiasm about how accurate and dependable the chronometer was, calling it his trusty friend and never-failing guide. People pay attention when the man who mapped more of the Pacific Ocean than anyone else before him praises your navigation tool. By the beginning of the 1800s, marine chronometers were the most common way to find longitude at sea. The Board of Longitude's preferred astronomical methods were still used as a backup. Good navigators used every tool they could find, but John Harrison's mechanical solution became the main way to navigate for the next 150 years. The effect on trade by sea was huge. Now ships could plan their routes with confidence, knowing that they could always find out where they were on the trip. Marine chronometers that came from John Harrison's designs were used by clipper ships that raced tea from China to England, merchant ships that connected Europe with the Americas, and naval expeditions that mapped the world's remaining coastlines. The changes to safety were just as big. There were a lot fewer shipwrecks caused by navigation mistakes. Now, captains could safely get close to dangerous coastlines at night or in fog, knowing where they were. The ocean was still dangerous because storms, icebergs, broken equipment and human mistakes still sank ships. However, one major cause of maritime disasters had mostly been removed. More subtly, being able to keep track of time accurately at sea led to the creation of accurate charts and maps. Now, every harbour entrance, every dangerous shoal, and every coastline could be found with precision and saved for future sailors. The oceans of the world were slowly but surely changing from vast, unknown areas where positions were unclear to mapped areas where locations were known. The ideas about technology that John came up with had an effect on clockmaking well into the 20th century. His new ideas for temperature compensation, friction reduction, and precision balance mechanisms became standard parts of high-quality watches. Watchmakers studied his designs the same way musicians study Bach or architects study old temples, as examples of how to use basic ideas with genius-level skill. Lieutenant Commander Rupert Gould said that restoring the original Harrison sea clocks, which had fallen into disrepair, was one of the best things that ever happened to him. When I opened H1 and saw John's wooden gears and carefully planned mechanisms, it was like talking to a master craftsman from hundreds of years ago. The clocks were more than just old things. They were also working examples of ideas that were still useful. The Harrison sea clocks made it through World War II in London. They were kept safe in a vault during the Blitz, when German bombs fell on the city every night. They were cleaned, restored, and then put on display at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, where they still are today. You can see them ticking away just like they did hundreds of years ago if you ever go to London. H1 through H5 and a few of John's other clocks are there. But the marine chronometer was not the best navigation tool for all time. By the end of the 20th century, GPS systems that use satellites started to take the place of mechanical navigation tools. Ships could now tell where they were within feet instead of miles, and they could do it all the time instead of having to do it once a day. The change happened slowly, but by the early 2000s, marine chronometers were no longer the main tools for navigation. They were used as backups and safety devices. But even this technological advancement doesn't take away from what Harrison did. GPS satellites need very accurate clocks, like atomic clocks that make John's chronometers look rough by comparison. But the basic idea is still the same. To navigate correctly, you need to keep track of time correctly. John Harrison knew this truth so well that he spent his whole life trying to make it better, and every navigation system since then has been built on that. The story of Harrison also changed how we think about scientific recognition, and the link between practical skills and theoretical science. John was not a mathematician, with a degree from a university, or a natural philosopher from the upper class. He was a working-class craftsman who solved a problem by trying different things over and over, using his mechanical intuition and being very stubborn. His success called into question the idea that only traditional academic sources can lead to important scientific breakthroughs. Historians have been both embarrassed and fascinated by the way the Board of Longitude treated Harrison in the last few decades. How could smart, well-meaning people not see that the answer to the problem they had defined was so clear? The answer has to do with class bias, jealousy among professionals, institutional inertia, and the fact that people tend to prefer solutions that come from people who are like them instead of people who are not. Today, several museums have working copies of Harrison's chronometers that were made by skilled craftsmen who followed his original plans. These replicas still work as well as they did in the 1700s, losing only a few seconds a month even though they were made with tools and methods from that time. It shows how well John's designs worked, and how well he understood the underlying ideas. The story of Harrison has inspired books, movies, and even a best-selling novel by David Sobel called Longitude, which told millions of people about John's fight and victory. Students learn about him as a role model for hard work and new ideas. Engineers look at his mechanisms as examples of how to solve problems in a smart way. And anyone who has ever felt like an expert didn't believe in them can find something inspiring in his refusal to give up. As you start to feel sleepy, let's take a step back and think about what John Harrison's work really means in the grand scheme of things. It's not just about one man making fancy clocks, it's also about how we as people relate to time, space, and our place in the universe. Time was mostly a local thing for most of human history. Noon was when the sun was at its highest point where you were standing. The sun's path across each village, city, and valley's sky set the time for each place. This worked well when most people didn't go more than a few miles from where they were born. But as societies grew and communication got better, this way of keeping time caused problems. What time does the morning coach leave? When should we get together? The absence of a standardized time became progressively problematic when organizing activities requiring coordination across distant locations. The longitude problem made people rethink how they thought about time. To use Harrison's chronometers to find your way, you needed to know the time in both your area and at a reference point. Greenwich, England, became that reference point, and this is how we got Greenwich Mean Time. All of a sudden, time wasn't just something that people in one place could see, it was a global standard that linked faraway places on Earth. This change in how people thought about time eventually led to the time zones we use now. In the 19th century, when railroads started linking far-off cities, it became impossible to keep track of local times. It was a nightmare to coordinate a train schedule that used dozens of different local times. The answer was to break the world up into time zones, each of which was set to a standard time. Greenwich was the main meridian, which is the point from which all other longitudes are measured. When you look at your watch to see if you're late for a meeting, or to help a friend on the other side of the world figure out what time it is, you're using a way of thinking that came from John Harrison's work on the longitude problem. Standardization of time was necessary for navigation, which is why it became the same all over the world. Harrison's chronometers were also an important step in the history of human precision. Before the Industrial Revolution, most things were made by hand. It fit the frame of the door. The wheel was round enough. People used their eyes and experience to make measurements instead of exact tools. The work of John Harrison required and showed a level of accuracy that was not needed before and was almost impossible to imagine. It was necessary to shape each gear tooth in H4 to within a few millimeters. Every spring had to have the right amount of tension. Each bearing needed to be the right size. This wasn't rough craftsmanship. It was precision engineering before that word even existed. John had to come up with new ways and tools to get the accuracy his designs needed. This focus on accuracy spread from clockmaking to other areas. The Industrial Revolution was based on machines that got better and better at making parts that fit together better and better. The tolerance standards that modern manufacturing takes for granted. Parts machined to thousandths of an inch. Components designed to fit together with minimal gaps. These ideas came about in part because of the precision culture that clockmakers like Harrison started. Harrison's life also shows how strong people can be, which is very moving. He started making sea clocks when he was in his 30s, but it wasn't until he was 80 that he got full credit for them. That's a lot of work on one problem over 50 years. 50 years of math, changes, letdowns, and little wins. Believing that what he was doing mattered for 50 years, even when powerful people told him it didn't. Think about how much you want to achieve that goal. Most of us have trouble staying focused on a project for a few months. When results don't come quickly, when others don't immediately notice our hard work, or when the way forward seems unclear, we get discouraged. John Harrison had to deal with all of these problems for decades, but he never gave up. There were a lot of things that made him keep going. There was pride, for sure, the pride of the craftsman in making something that works perfectly. There was ambition, the chance to win the Longitude Prize and get recognition for it. But there was also something deeper, a belief that the problem could be fixed, that it was possible to keep time accurately at sea, and that he was the one who could do it. It's not common to find someone who has this mix of technical skill, stubbornness, and unshakable self-confidence. A lot of people have one or two of these traits, but having all three for a long time creates the kind of focused intensity that can solve problems that others think are impossible. As your breathing slows and your mind starts to drift off to sleep, let's think about what we can learn from John Harrison's story today, in a world that seems very different from 18th century England, but still has many of the same basic problems. The first lesson is about being an expert and having credibility. There were a lot of smart people on the board of longitude, like royal astronomers, mathematicians, and naval officers. They really thought they knew the best way to solve the longitude problem. They weren't mean or dumb. But they were so sure that astronomy had to be the answer that they couldn't fully see the value of a mechanical answer, especially one suggested by someone who wasn't in their field. We see this happen a lot in history. Experts in a field become so attached to certain methods that they refuse to consider other options, especially those suggested by people who aren't experts. This is a reminder that having credentials and an education doesn't mean you're open to new ideas. Sometimes the person who makes the breakthrough doesn't know that what they're trying to do is impossible. Second, there's the lesson about how to be perfect and keep going. John Harrison could have stopped after H1 showed that the basic idea worked. He could have taken his partial payment and fame and lived comfortably in his later years. Instead, he kept asking for better, more polished, and more perfect answers. H4 was his fifth major try at fixing a problem that his first try had mostly fixed. It's good that you're trying to be perfect, but it's also a little worrying. When does the search for improvement make it hard to put a good enough solution into action? Harrison worked on his designs for decades, but sailors kept dying because of navigation mistakes that H1 could have fixed. People who work on hard problems have to deal with the tension between wanting everything to be perfect and being practical. Third, there's the lesson about getting credit and being recognised. John Harrison needed outside proof that he had solved the problem, like the Longitude Prize or official recognition from the board. He got most of what he wanted, but not always in the way he wanted. The board never said he was the winner in an official way. Instead of being recognised by the institution, the prize money came from the royal family. His vindication was both complete and incomplete. Many of us spend our lives looking for recognition for our work, whether it's getting a promotion, getting good reviews, making a lot of money, or just getting praise from people we look up to. Harrison's story shows that validation can come in surprising ways and may not be as satisfying as we thought it would be. The work itself, the joy of solving the problem and making something that works well, might have to be the reward. Fourth, there's the lesson about how things get better. There wasn't one brilliant idea or lucky find that solved the longitude problem. It was fixed over the course of decades of small changes, each one building on the last. Harrison's first clock taught him things that he used to make his second clock, which taught him things that he used to make his third clock. Progress was made up of a lot of small steps forward, not one big jump. This pattern holds true for most major accomplishments. We like to think that breakthroughs happen in dramatic eureka moments, but real progress usually looks more like John Harrison's workshop. Years of careful testing, countless small changes, and slowly building up knowledge and skill. Fifth, there's the lesson about picking your problems. John Harrison could have made a good living as a clockmaker by making regular clocks for regular people. Instead, he decided to take on one of the hardest technical problems of his time. This decision shaped his whole life, leading him to victory but also to years of anger and disappointment. We all pick problems to work on, even if we don't mean to. Some people pick problems that are both solvable and rewarding. Some people choose problems that are hard but important. Some people, like Harrison, pick problems that seem almost impossible but are very important. There isn't one right answer for what kind of problem to solve, but the choice you make will affect the way you live. Last but not least, there's the lesson about time. John Harrison devoted his life to accurately measuring time, recording its passage through springs and gears, and making its flow visible and measurable. But his own sense of time was shaped by decades of hard work, the slow accumulation of skill and knowledge, and a level of patience that most of us can't even begin to imagine. In this age of instant communication and quick change, it's hard to believe that Harrison would spend 50 years on one problem. We're used to getting quick results, quick feedback, and instant satisfaction. Harrison's story reminds us that some goals take a different kind of time. Instead of days or months, they take decades, and progress is slow. Recognition may not come until the end, if at all. As you start to fall asleep, picture yourself visiting John Harrison's workshop in the 1750s. The room would smell like metal filings and oil, wood shavings, and the smell of a place where people work hard. Candles and the little bit of sunlight that came through the small windows would give off light. It was so dim that it barely lit up the incredibly fine work John did, squinting at tiny gears and springs. You would hear the ticking of many clocks, not just one. Each clock marked time in a slightly different way as John tested, changed, and improved his designs. The sounds would mix and get in each other's way, making complicated rhythms that never quite fit together. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a dozen different voices are measuring the same invisible river that flows by all the time. And there would be John himself, probably in his 60s or 70s by the time Ch4 was being built. His eyesight wasn't what it used to be, but his hands were still steady, his mind was still sharp, and his determination was still strong. He would have tools he made himself for jobs that no one else had ever done before, like specialised files, custom-made measuring tools, jigs and fixtures to hold small parts while he worked on them. If you asked him why he kept going after 30 or 40 years without full recognition, he probably wouldn't have a dramatic answer. He might just say that the problem could be fixed, that he knew how to fix it, and that the world needed the fix. It might have been that easy for John Harrison. His story is ultimately about what people can do, what can happen when intelligence, skill and determination come together and stay together for a lifetime. It's about believing in your own work even when others don't. About trying to be perfect not for the sake of being perfect, but because lives depend on getting it right. And about being happy with the work itself, even when you don't get recognition right away. The marine chronometer changed navigation, which changed exploration, which changed trade, which changed how people in different parts of the world interacted and connected with each other. These changes sent waves through time that changed many lives in ways that can never be fully traced. John Harrison's legacy lives on in every ship that arrived safely at its destination, because its captain knew where he was. Every person who crossed oceans with confidence instead of fear, and every map that was drawn correctly because positions could be determined exactly. The Harrison sea clocks are still ticking with the same accuracy they did hundreds of years ago. They are now in glass cases at Greenwich. People stand and watch the hands move, counting seconds that turn into minutes that turn into hours. The clocks have been around for hundreds of years longer than their maker, and they will probably outlive everyone who sees them today. It's deep that a device made by human hands can keep measuring time long after those hands have stopped working. Maybe the only real kind of immortality is to make something so well that it keeps working, serving its purpose and showing off its creator's skill and vision long after the creator has passed away. Let that thought drift with you into dreams as you finally give in to sleep, that John Harrison's clocks are still ticking somewhere in London right now, keeping time with accuracy that seemed impossible when he first started working on them. The problems he fixed are still fixed, the rules he found still hold true, his dedication is still inspiring, and maybe the most comforting thing of all is that his story shows us that patience, hard work, and skill can help us solve even the hardest problems, that it is possible to make progress, that with enough time and effort people can measure the unmeasurable, find their way through the unfindable, and do the impossible. Sleep well, knowing that while you sleep, countless descendants of Harrison's clocks are measuring time all over the world. Each tick-tock is a small echo of a Yorkshire carpenter's son who refused to believe that anything was truly impossible, and proved himself right through 50 years of hard work in a small workshop, solving a problem that had stumped everyone else. John Harrison made the world easier to understand. He didn't give up, which made the ocean safer. One man thought with complete certainty that gears and springs could measure time so accurately that they could guide ships across trackless seas. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The measurement goes on as it has for hundreds of years and will for hundreds more. It is a legacy of accuracy left behind by a man who knew that solving impossible problems is mostly a matter of patience, skill, and not believing in the impossible. Have good dreams. May your own problems seem easier to solve in the morning, and may you find a little of John Harrison's quiet, stubborn determination to see things through to the end when you need it. Imagine spending the night in that ideal position where your mattress has adapted to your unique shape over the years, pulling your covers up to your chin. You sigh with satisfaction after stretching out and possibly wriggling a little to find a cool spot on your pillow. Isn't this nightly routine as instinctive as breathing? Here's something that might literally make you sit up in bed. For the majority of human history, people would have assumed you were either dead or insane based on your horizontal sleeping position. You heard correctly. For centuries, our ancestors slept upright, leaning against headboards, walls, or specially made sleep chairs that resembled medieval torture devices more than furniture. Imagine attempting to explain your memory foam pillow and California King mattress to a person from the 1600s. They would most likely start organising your funeral by calling the local physician. Now, before you start to feel proud of your contemporary sleeping arrangements, keep in mind that these were not primitive people who had not yet mastered the art of lying down. The issues they were facing would make your worst Monday morning seem like a day at the spa. When you realise what they had to contend with, you may come to value their resourcefulness. They had good reasons for staying up all night. It wasn't an overnight change from sitting to lying down. Superstitions, medical theories that would make a fortune teller blush, and social customs so deeply embedded that shifting sleep positions was practically revolutionary were all part of this slow, centuries-long shift. Consider it the slowest rebellion in history, waged one pillow at a time. You see, back then, sleep was more than just rest. It was linked to beliefs about health, religion, social standing, and even survival. Depending on where you slept, you might be viewed as wealthy or impoverished, healthy or ill, or virtuous or sinful. It was similar to social media, except that instead of sharing photos of your breakfast, people were making snap judgments about how you spent your unconscious hours. The rules that governed the medieval world were entirely different from those that govern us today. Plague, infection, starvation, or even just your neighbour's goat running loose and trampling on your turnip garden were all potential causes of death. Every choice, including how you positioned your body for those valuable few hours of rest, carried weight in such a precarious world. They were being realistic in ways we can hardly fathom now, not being dramatic. The interesting part is that sleeping upright wasn't a peculiarity of Europeans. Similar customs were independently developed by cultures in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This implies that the difficulties our ancestors encountered were universal, which is why sitting up at night seemed like the sensible option. It was adaptation to conditions that we are grateful to have left behind, not ignorance. You're taking part in a relatively new human experiment as you lie there tonight, horizontal and comfortable. As a result of centuries of incremental change, medical progress, and social evolution, your sleeping habits are truly revolutionary. You're living the kind of luxury that ancient kings and queens could only imagine every time you turn your pillow to the cool side or change your blanket. Indeed, sweet dreams. Let's take a moment to explore the medieval mind. Suppose you lived in a world where the only thing you knew about medicine was how to balance your humours, not the kind that make you laugh, but the enigmatic bodily fluids that were supposed to regulate your health. The four horsemen of medieval medicine, blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile, were more difficult to balance than putting together IKEA furniture without the manual. The learned physicians of the day believed that lying flat dangerously disturbed these humours. They held that horizontal stretching caused blood to pool in the wrong places, causing imbalances that could cause disease or even death. It was similar to the medieval game of Operation, except that you might actually die in place of a buzzer going off. According to the doctors, sitting upright maintained the delicate balance required for life by allowing your humours to flow correctly. However, the medical issues extended beyond the enigmatic fluid management. Medical professionals actually thought that lying flat exposed one to night vapours, which were poisonous gases that were said to rise from the earth and enter houses through floor cracks. Since these vapours were believed to be heavier than air, they gathered close to the ground. Like a human periscope avoiding toxic clouds, sleeping upright literally lifted you above the danger zone. Not that this was all superstition. Homes from the Middle Ages weren't exactly ventilation marvels. Imagine sharing your living space with animals for warmth, in a building that is a combination of a house and a barn. With fumes from animal feces, smoke from poorly ventilated fires, and the general mustiness of damp stone walls, the air quality was likely suspect. Even though the justification for sitting up was wildly incorrect, it's possible that it improved breathing and air circulation. The implications for religion were just as strong. According to medieval Christianity, the dead lay flat, and imitating death while you slept was a sign of tempting fate. By implying that you were prepared for eternal rest, you were effectively inviting the Grim Reaper. According to church doctrine, the righteous should always be on guard, even when they are sleeping, prepared to pray or run at any time. Lying down was regarded as spiritually hazardous because it suggested a state of vulnerability and relaxation. Additionally, think about the practicality, or lack thereof, of medieval bedrooms. Unlike you, most people did not have private sleeping quarters. Guests, servants, and families shared a room and frequently a bed. Only the very wealthy could afford privacy, and even then it was a luxury. Sitting up in such crowded conditions was a matter of space management, not merely health or religion. If everyone slept upright, leaned against walls, or shared big chairs made for several people, you could fit more people in a room. Additionally, the fear of unexpected death while sleeping was incredibly useful. People died suddenly and often in a time before modern medicine. The sick and dying, those too weak to sit up, were thought to lie down. By sleeping upright, healthy individuals showed that they were still strong enough to keep their posture while they were unconscious, demonstrating their vitality. It served as a nightly affirmation that I'm still here, still fighting, still ready for whatever dawn might bring. As you unconsciously sink into your horizontal position tonight, keep in mind that you are doing something that your forefathers would have regarded as either courageous or foolish, or perhaps both. Your readiness to lie down demonstrates how much we've learned about safety, health, and the basic art of getting a decent night's sleep. You may be asking yourself, what exactly were they sitting on if everyone was sleeping upright? Depending on your stance on comfort versus functionality, the medieval furniture industry had to get inventive in ways that would make contemporary ergonomic designers cry with envy, or horror. The sleep chair is the equivalent of a recliner in medieval Europe, but it lacks the cup holders, the reclining feature, and pretty much every other feature that makes modern furniture bearable. These devices had the appearance of someone marketing them as bedroom furniture after crossing a church pew with a torture device. A high, straight back, armrests at precisely uncomfortable angles, and occasionally a tiny ledge or platform to place your feet on were all features of the basic design. Obviously comfort was not the main issue. Of course, fancier versions were owned by the wealthy. In addition to being upholstered with fabrics that cost more than the average person's yearly income, their sleep chairs were carved from pricey woods and occasionally had tiny storage spaces for personal belongings. Consider them the luxury vehicles of the world of sitting sleep. They are still essentially uncomfortable, but they do so in a stylish way. In a time when one-size-fits-all was the norm, some had adjustable backs that could tilt slightly, providing what amounted to customization. The interesting part, though, is that these chairs served as status symbols in addition to being useful pieces of furniture. Your sleep chair's design and quality made your social standing as obvious as driving a Ferrari today. Nobility displayed ornate pieces that looked more like thrones than sleeping furniture, while wealthy merchants might have chairs with modest carving and comfortable padding. The impoverished, on the other hand, used crude wooden stools or simply leaned against walls, transforming any level surface into a makeshift bed. The extremely wealthy slept in rooms made especially for standing. Imagine hallways with built-in benches, walls with tapestries and cushions for leaning against, and unique alcoves carved into the stone that would allow several people to sit and sleep comfortably. They resembled human parking garages, made to hold bodies in their vertical resting position, rather than bedrooms as we know them. Some clever furniture makers made communal sleep benches, which are long, church pew-style seats that can hold whole families or groups of tourists. Picture yourself arriving at a medieval inn, finding yourself seated on a bench beside total strangers, and spending the night together like birds on a wire. It was obvious that personal space was an unimagined luxury. In fact, these pieces were incredibly well crafted. In the absence of power tools or contemporary methods, medieval woodworkers produced elaborate supports, precisely measured angles, and joints that could sustain human bodies for decades at a time. They had a deeper understanding of structural integrity, balance, and weight distribution than some contemporary furniture. Even though they slept on pieces made to last for centuries, your ancestors may have slept upright. It's interesting to note that some sleep chairs had clever features that contemporary furniture designers might find appealing. Detachable cushions allowed for seasonal comfort adjustments, adjustable footrests accommodated varying leg lengths, and hidden compartments protected valuables while you slept. Some even had little tables attached so that you could easily access prayer books, candles, or water at night. The wealthy, who could afford to try out new sleeping arrangements, were the first to gradually move away from sleep chairs. Sleep chairs did not vanish overnight as lying-down beds gained popularity. Some families kept them as emergency furniture for visitors or in case of illness, and many were repurposed as everyday seating. Relics of an alien civilization that somehow managed to sleep while simultaneously defying comfort and gravity can be found in museums today. You may be horrified to learn that for the majority of human history, privacy while sleeping was practically unheard of. Your ancestors lived in a world where sleeping was a social activity, similar to eating dinner or going to church, except that everyone was unconscious. This contrasts with your own luxury of having your own room, bed, and space to sprawl however you like. Imagine a normal medieval home. In addition to sharing houses, families also shared sleeping quarters with apprentices, servants, extended family, and frequently overnight travellers. Every evening, the great hall of a manor house would be transformed into a human dormitory, with people lining up along benches and walls in a manner reminiscent of medieval airport seating during flight delays. However, the delay persisted each and every night. Sitting upright was not only morally or medically right in these crowded sleeping arrangements, but it was also practically required. You'll see why lying down wasn't an option if you try to picture cramming 15 people into an area meant for 8. Everyone had to make the most of their vertical space, which made sleeping a human geometry exercise. Like knowing how to fix clothes or preserve meat, the ability to sleep while seated evolved into a survival skill. The social dynamics of sharing a bed were intriguing and intricate. Unwritten rules dictated who was allowed to lean against which walls, who was given priority near the fire, and who was forced to make do with the drafty spots by windows. The nightly seating arrangements were influenced by physical condition, age, and social standing. It was similar to musical chairs in the Middle Ages, except that no one won, and everyone had to sleep where they ended up. Taverns and inns elevated communal sleeping to a whole new level. People from various towns, social classes, and backgrounds would spend the night next to each other, sharing body heat and likely more germs than anyone would want to consider. It was simply good business to pack as many upright sleepers as possible into each room, because innkeepers charged by the space rather than the person. You didn't pay for privacy or comfort, you paid for a place on a bench or against a wall. In fact, this system produced its own social mores and manners. Rules about snoring, changing positions, and what to do if your sleeping neighbour began talking in their sleep or having nightmares were developed. Protocols for sharing blankets, keeping modest in close quarters, and handling the inevitable personality conflicts that occur when strangers are compelled to spend night after night in close quarters were all in place. Even though their sleeping arrangements were far more comfortable, The wealthy were not completely immune to communal sleeping either. For convenience and security reasons, noble households continued to have servants sleep in the same rooms as their masters. Even affluent families frequently shared sleeping quarters, with parents, kids, and occasionally grandparents each finding a place in the family sleeping chamber. These arrangements were made even more complex by seasonal variations. People naturally huddled closer together in the winter to stay warm, but in the summer they positioned themselves strategically close to windows and doors to take advantage of any breezes. Most people had to make do with the same space year-round, changing their positions and arrangements according to weather and temperature, while the wealthy might have had the luxury of seasonal sleeping chambers, different rooms for different times of the year. Although germ theory was not yet sufficiently understood for people to be concerned about it, disease transmission in these settings must have been spectacular. Everyone in the sleeping chamber was likely to get a cold after someone else did. Although people blamed illness on bad air or divine punishment rather than the obvious problem of dozens of people breathing on each other all night, plague outbreaks most likely spread through communal sleeping arrangements like wildfire. The wealthy were the first to gradually transition to private sleeping. Families started to divide sleeping arrangements by generation, then by gender, and finally by personal preference as wealth and homes grew. The fact that you can sleep by yourself, in your own room, and in your own bed is a testament to centuries of economic and social advancement that your forefathers could hardly have dreamed of. How then did people go from sleeping upright for centuries to the horizontal free-for-all you see today? Everyone deciding to roll over and try lying down at the same time wasn't a sudden revelation. The gradual change from a communal survival strategy to the private, comfortable experience you know today was fueled by advancements in architecture, medicine, and social attitudes. Like most revolutions, this one started with the rich. Some aristocrats and rich merchants had started experimenting with lying down sleep by the late medieval era, though at first it was considered a luxury rather than a common practice. These early adopters, who were prepared to forego the purported spiritual and medical risks in favour of comfort and novelty, were essentially the beta testers of horizontal sleeping. Think of them like the original smartphone buyers, who were initially viewed as crazy until everyone wanted one. The ancient theories of humours and night vapours were gradually disproved by new concepts about medicine and the human body that emerged during the Renaissance. When doctors noticed that wealthy people who slept on their backs weren't dying in frightening numbers, they started to wonder if sitting up straight was really necessary for good health. Medical texts began to imply that lying flat might be helpful for some ailments, especially for those with back pain or respiratory issues. It took decades for the radical idea to become widely accepted. This transition was made possible in large part by architecture. Families could now afford to use entire rooms for sleeping, as homes grew bigger and more upscale. People no longer had to share sleeping quarters with strangers, servants, and extended families thanks to the invention of separate bedchambers. Experimenting with various sleeping positions without social scrutiny or space constraints was made possible by privacy. At last, you were able to extend your body without pushing your neighbour in the ribs. Equally significant was the development and enhancement of appropriate beds. When there were beds in the Middle Ages, they were frequently just mattresses with straw on wooden frames. The fact that these were not very comfortable for lying down likely contributed to the preference for sleeping upright. However, lying down became more and more desirable as mattress technology developed. Yes, there was such a thing as mattress technology in the pre-industrial world. Horizontal sleeping became not only feasible, but also enjoyable thanks to featherbeds, better textiles, and enhanced frame construction. During this time, religious views also changed. Many medieval Catholic teachings, including some of the superstitions surrounding sleeping positions, were contested by the Protestant Reformation. Protestant theologians were more interested in the pragmatic issues of rest and health than they were in the symbolic meaning of lying flat. This change in religion allowed people to try different sleeping positions without worrying about endangering their eternal souls. These changes were hastened by the printing press, which disseminated novel concepts regarding health and sleep more rapidly than in the past. Advice regarding appropriate sleep positioning started to appear in medical texts, home management manuals, and even popular literature. For the first time in history, written information about bedroom layout, sleep hygiene, and the advantages of various sleeping positions was available to the general public. Information that had previously only been accessible to academics and doctors became widely accessible. During this time, social perceptions of rest and vulnerability also changed. New perspectives on the significance of adequate sleep for well-being and productivity started to replace the medieval emphasis on ongoing alertness and preparedness. Over time, lying down, once interpreted as a sign of spiritual laxity or weakness, became linked to wisdom and self-care. People started to realize that getting enough sleep was not a luxury or an indulgence, but rather necessary for both physical and mental well-being. Not every social class or geographical area experienced the shift in the same way. Compared to rural farmers or the urban poor, wealthy urban populations adopted horizontal sleeping much earlier. Because they lacked the resources to alter their sleeping habits, some remote communities continued to practice upright sleeping well into the modern era, not because they liked it. Sleeping positions have changed over time, reflecting larger trends in social and economic development that still influence our way of life today. Horizontal sleeping had become so commonplace by the time your grandparents were born that most people had forgotten it had ever been a topic of debate. The medieval world's communal sleeping arrangements and sleep chairs appeared as antiquated as any other historical oddity, fascinating but unrelated to contemporary living. Given that, for the majority of history, owning a bed was equivalent to owning a luxury car, something that unmistakably indicated that you were not struggling to survive, the evolution of beds from basic sleeping platforms into the ornate kingdoms of comfort you know today is a tale worth telling. The development of bed technology reflects the larger changes in privacy, comfort, and our evolving relationship with sleep in general. When there were early beds at all, they were basically raised platforms made to keep people off of damp, cold floors and away from different animals that like to live on the ground. These were useful answers to environmental problems, not the comfortable havens you hide away to every night. A wooden frame, any available stuffing material, straw, feathers if you were lucky, or just extra blankets folded for padding, and some rope or leather strapping for support. Comfort wasn't a design objective, it was a happy accident. Naturally, long before beds were comfortable, the wealthy used them as status symbols. With intricately carved posts, pricey fabrics, and curtains that could outstrip the cost of most people's homes, medieval noble beds were symbols of craftsmanship and wealth. These beds were furniture pieces intended to both rest and impress guests. The curtains, also known as bed hangings, had several uses. They kept body heat during chilly evenings, offered seclusion in shared sleeping quarters, and showcased the owner's wealth through their design and quality. The interesting thing is that even these ornate beds weren't made with lying down in mind. Assuming that people would sleep sitting up, or at least somewhat upright, supported by pillows and bolsters, many medieval beds were built. Compared to more recent models, the mattresses were frequently fairly firm, and the pillows were smaller and less flexible. Although technically feasible, lying flat on these early beds would have been uninviting, akin to camping on a wooden platform with little padding. A key factor in the lying down revolution was the advancement of mattress technology. From basic sacks filled with straw, medieval mattresses developed into increasingly complex structures made of feathers, down, and even early spring systems. A single bed in a wealthy home may have several layers of mattresses on it, providing a sleeping surface that is sufficiently soft to allow for truly comfortable horizontal rest. In reality, the term sleep tight refers to the practice of tightening the rope supports beneath mattresses in order to maintain the right firmness. Imagine having to tune your bed like a guitar every night before bed. The first private sleeping areas in history were made possible by privacy curtains surrounding beds, which served as more than just decorative accents. Couples and families could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in privacy inside these curtained beds, free from the prying eyes of guests, servants, and extended family. Because of this privacy, people could try out various sleeping positions, including the radical idea of lying down, without worrying about being judged by others. Beds turned into private realms where people could disregard the norms of social conduct. The Renaissance introduced fresh concepts for designing bedrooms that prioritized privacy and comfort. Instead of serving several purposes, bedrooms started to be designed with sleep in mind, and beds took center stage in these spaces. With better proportions, enhanced support systems, and accessories made especially for horizontal sleep, furniture manufacturers created specialty bed designs that were optimized for lying down. The entire sleeping environment was redesigned around the idea of cozy, private rest, and pillows got bigger and softer. Blankets also got more elegant. The art of making beds was turned into a mass production industry during the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in history, middle-class families could afford comfortable beds thanks to springs, metal frames, and standardized sizes. The modern bedroom as you know it started to take shape as what had been luxury items turned into necessities for the home. For the first time, people could afford beds made especially for sleeping on their backs, complete with cozy surfaces and appropriate support systems. To your ancestors, modern mattress technology would have seemed like magic. Beds are now highly engineered comfort devices thanks to memory foam, temperature control, adjustable firmness, and specialized support systems. It's likely that your mattress has more technology than whole medieval homes. Medieval kings could never have dreamed of the degree of personal luxury that comes with being able to alter the temperature and firmness of your sleeping surface to suit your own tastes. You're savouring the result of centuries of human ingenuity in the quest for better sleep when you get into your bed tonight, with its precisely calibrated firmness, climate-controlled comfort, and private sanctuary atmosphere. Your bedroom is more than just a place to sleep. It's a private haven furnished with extravagances that no king or queen has had access to for the majority of human history. And now, at the conclusion of our exploration of the strange history of human sleeping positions, you are lying comfortably horizontal and learning about ancestors who would have viewed your current position as either morally dubious or medically dangerous. Isn't that quite a change? The modern marvel of sprawling across a king-size mattress without giving a thought to humours, night vapours, or spiritual vulnerability has replaced centuries of sleeping upright. When you consider the irony of our current sleeping conditions, it's delicious. The majority of the issues that necessitated upright sleeping have been resolved. We have comfortable mattresses, clean air, private bedrooms, and medical knowledge that would have amazed medieval doctors. But we have also created completely new sleep problems. While your ancestors were concerned about spiritual threats and night vapours, you're concerned about screen time, caffeine consumption, the ideal temperature of your room, and whether the final episode of your favourite show will keep you up with plot twists. Additionally, we've developed sleep issues that would have completely perplexed medieval people. Millions of people who have access to the most comfortable sleeping conditions in history suffer from sleep disorders like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and chronic insomnia. The hardware issues of sleep, such as furniture, privacy, and safety, seem to have been resolved, but new software issues relating to stress, lifestyle, and the fast-paced nature of contemporary life have been introduced. You might be lying awake wondering whether you remembered to set your alarm, or whether that work email was important enough to reply to right away, just as your ancestors fell asleep from physical exhaustion. The economic power of the sleep industry today would have astounded medieval furniture makers. We've transformed rest into a consumer category, with countless subcategories, including memory foam, adjustable bases, sleep tracking devices, customized pillows for all possible needs, white noise machines, blackout curtains, and even apps that optimize your sleep cycles. While medieval people only had one sleep chair, you now have hundreds of mattress options to choose from, all of which promise to transform your sleeping experience. Some medieval practices have been validated by modern sleep science, while others have been refuted. It turns out that some conditions, especially acid reflux and sleep apnea, can benefit from sleeping a little higher. For some people, sleeping in adjustable beds or recliners relieves back pain or breathing issues. Your ancestors were not wholly incorrect about the advantages of sleeping upright. They simply lacked the medical knowledge to comprehend why it occasionally worked, or the alternatives that would have made lying down more secure and comfortable. Intriguingly, the social dimensions of sleep have also resurfaced. Even though we now have privacy and separate sleeping areas, loneliness and isolation related to sleep are still problems for many people. Medieval communal sleeping arrangements automatically met the human need for comfort and connection during sleep, which is reflected in co-sleeping with partners, pets, or even weighted blankets. Although we now have more control over where we sleep, we occasionally miss the social aspects of sharing a bed. Our sleeping habits are still being altered by technology in ways that medieval observers would find enchanted. A level of individualized sleep optimization never before seen in human history is represented by smart mattresses that automatically change their firmness, sleep tracking devices that keep an eye on everything from heart rate to room temperature, and apps that wake you up during the best times to sleep. You are interacting with an advanced technological ecosystem that is intended to improve your quality of sleep, not just lying down to sleep. Think about the amazing journey that led humanity from upright communal sleeping to your own private horizontal luxury as you get ready for bed tonight. Your private bedroom, your cozy mattress, and your freedom to lie down without worrying about dying or receiving a punishment from God are all symbols of centuries of human development, invention, and shifting societal perceptions of leisure, privacy, and comfort. In fact, one of the most revolutionary human behaviours of the last millennium is the simple act of falling asleep, something you do without thinking. Your horizontal position symbolises freedom from social restraints, freedom from medieval anxieties, and access to comforts that have been out of reach for the wealthiest people for the majority of human history. Dream sweet dreams, sleeper of revolution. Your ancestors would undoubtedly be impressed by your mattress, jealous, and perhaps a little concerned about your soul. Now, shut your eyes and visualize yourself floating slowly through centuries of history until you gently land in what is now Iraq, circa 2100 BCE. The smell is what hits you first, not the sight. Baking bread, river water, and yes, a lot of livestock. Welcome to the first real neighbourhood in civilization, where people made the decision to settle down and stop aimlessly wandering around like lost tourists. The Tigris and Euphrates are two rivers that would make any real estate agent cry with delight. These rivers are not just any rivers. They are the ancient world's version of having fresh groceries delivered to your door and Amazon delivery. This area was known to the Mesopotamians as the land between rivers, which sounds far more poetic in their language than it does when you're trying to explain it to a dinner party guest. You may be asking yourself why anyone would decide to live in what is effectively a massive floodplain. Imagine having soil that is so dark and rich that, with a little encouragement, you could probably grow tomatoes. Every year when these rivers flood, they leave behind a thick layer of the most fertile mud on the planet. It took the rest of us millennia to realise what the locals had discovered. Sometimes the greatest things in life have a small mess associated with them. You wouldn't recognise the cities that are rising all around you from contemporary urban planning. This place lacks tidy suburban grids and straight lines. Rather, visualise organic growth, akin to a coral reef composed of human ambition and mud bricks. Narrow streets wind between houses like old hiking trails, and houses cluster together as if they are having a never-ending neighbourhood conversation. Another thing that strikes you as being very antiquated is the lack of electrical hums, the quiet of engines, and the absence of any traffic that resembles rush hour. Rather, there's the soft splatter of irrigation channels, the steady thud of grain being ground, and the sporadic snarling of a donkey that's obviously upset about something. Modern people spend a lot of money to experience this type of tranquility at wellness retreats. However, this quiet does not imply inactivity. The first large-scale urban living experiment in history is what you're seeing. In essence, these individuals are inventing as they go along, resolving issues that have never been encountered by any human. How do you manage thousands of people in one location? How do you ensure that everyone eats? When your neighbour's goat keeps eating your barley, how do you keep things from going completely out of control? As you will see, the answer combines a remarkable amount of ingenuity, practicality, and what can only be called the first bureaucracy in history. Yes, paperwork was a part of paradise. As you become more accustomed to this ancient world, you start to notice something that would cause any contemporary city planner to either run screaming back to their zoning maps or cry with envy. These Mesopotamians have produced a system of ordered chaos that somehow manages to keep everyone fed, housed, and comparatively content, even though it shouldn't work. Let's begin with the irrigation system, which is the most amazing engineering achievement you will ever witness that does not require electricity. Imagine a vast system of canals connecting every field, garden, and drinking well, nature's equivalent of the internet. You know what? Instead of just accepting this water when you feel like giving it to us, we're going to convince you to share it on our schedule, the Mesopotamians said, glancing at their rushing rivers. The end effect is a network of watery highways that would make the roads of ancient Rome appear straightforward. Individual fields are directly irrigated by water flowing from the main rivers into primary canals, secondary channels, and smaller ditches. It's similar to having running water, but it goes to your barley patch rather than your kitchen sink. In addition, unlike your contemporary plumbing, if this system fails, the city as a whole loses lunch in addition to water pressure. Massive collaboration is needed to manage this liquid lifeline, which has never been done before in human history. One farmer cannot choose to use more water for his fields, while his neighbour's crops are dying. It is impossible for someone upstream to construct a dam without taking downstream residents into account. People must look beyond their immediate needs, their tribe and their family for the first time in human history. Things start to get interesting at this point. The water schedule must be overseen by someone. Who gets what and when must be decided by someone. When Farmer B insists his irrigation ditch was there first, and Farmer A accuses Farmer B of stealing water, someone has to resolve the inevitable conflicts, presenting the first middle management in history. Since clipboards won't be invented for several thousand years, these water managers are more than just bureaucrats with clipboards. They combine elements of weather forecasting, engineering, diplomacy, and refereeing. They must comprehend not only the flow of water but also human thought, crop growth, and how to stop neighbours from igniting generation-long feuds. The good news is that it does work. You're witnessing thousands of people successfully arranging their daily schedules around common resources. Every year, the harvest arrives, the fields turn green at the appropriate times, and the irrigation ditches run according to plan. When the irrigation schedule becomes complicated, everyone is contributing labour, water rights, and a willingness to not strangle their neighbours. It's like watching a huge, antiquated version of a neighbourhood potluck, except instead of bringing casseroles. This system's success has a significant impact on human society. Some people are able to quit farming when they can consistently produce more food than they require for survival. Additionally, some people can start doing other things once they are able to stop cultivating food full-time. Interesting things. Revolutionary actions. This is how your first devoted priests, your first full-time artisans, and your first qualified administrators come to be. It's how you get people who don't have to worry about whether there will be enough grain for the next harvest to spend their days thinking about astronomy, mathematics, or how to make better beer. You're seeing the emergence of expertise along with specialization. People can now become exceptionally skilled at one thing for the first time in human history, as they are no longer forced to be mediocre at everything in order to survive. You might be surprised to learn that these Mesopotamians are born business people as you continue your leisurely exploration of this ancient world. They have established what may be the first startup culture in history, complete with competition, creativity, and the occasional spectacular failure from which everyone gains knowledge. For example, metalworking. You see people who have discovered that they can create bronze, a more durable and practical metal than anything they have ever used, by heating specific rocks to the ideal temperature and combining them with other rocks. This is the beginning of the technology industry, not just a development in technology. There is collaboration among the bronze makers. They require traders who can transport tin and copper from hundreds of miles away because they are necessary. They require individuals who specialize in the production of charcoal because they require fuel for their furnaces. They require a market that is sophisticated enough to discern between a mediocre bronze tool and a truly exceptional one in order to attract clients who value quality metalwork. Before you know it, supply chains are in place, you have quality control. Yes, the best metalworkers build reputations, and people begin to request tools made by particular artisans, so you have brand recognition. It's the antiquated version of Yelp reviews, except instead of posting them online, people tell their neighbours which blacksmith produces harvest season tools that don't break. However, the true innovation taking place here is economic rather than technological. The modern concept of commerce is being created by these individuals. They are determining how to fairly trade goods and services between people who have different needs, how to plan for future needs while managing current resources, and how to assign value to goods and services. Think about the difficulties. You need a new plough because you grow barley. The toolmaker needs copper for his next project, not barley, but he wants payment. In order to trade up north, the copper trader needs wool, not barley. The shepherd needs barley, but he has wool. How can this be made to work? Their solution is sophisticated in its intricacy. Like water through their irrigation channels, they establish a system of credit and debt that enables value to move throughout the community. In exchange for your promise to pay him with barley after the harvest, which he can then exchange for supplies for his next project with the copper trader, the toolmaker agrees to make your plough right away. It's credit without credit cards and banking without banks, and it all depends on reputation and trust. Writing is a seemingly straightforward but revolutionary requirement for this system. Not just any writing, but every day. useful writing that can document who is responsible for what, when payment is due, and what happens when someone fails to fulfill their end of the agreement. You're witnessing the creation of business records, receipts, and contracts. In addition to being works of ancient literature, the cuneiform tablets found throughout the cities are the earliest business documents ever created. Purchase orders, tax records, loan agreements, employment contracts, and inventory lists. All of it is here, compressed into clay with marks in the shape of wedges that symbolize the beginning of bureaucracy. Indeed, you're also witnessing the development of accounting. All of these promises, transactions, and credits and debts moving through the community must be monitored by someone, even though the early accountants worked by lamplight, with clay tablets and reed styluses, rather than in contemporary offices with computers. They were addressing the same issues that accountants do today. The inventiveness of these solutions is astounding. They're creating economic systems from the ground up and learning by trial and error how to make complex societies run smoothly, rather than simply replicating what worked elsewhere. You're going to see something that will make you appreciate human ambition even more as you continue your cozy exploration of this ancient world. These Mesopotamians aren't satisfied with merely resolving pragmatic issues like trade and irrigation. They're aiming for something greater, something that appeals to the basic human need to build monuments to their own creativity. You're witnessing the construction of ziggurats, which are enormous stepped pyramids that resemble old-fashioned skyscrapers and rise out of the level terrain. However, referring to them as buildings is an understatement. These are assertions, proclamations, and architectural justifications for human potential. People say, we can move mountains of earth, and we can do it one basket at a time, when you watch one being constructed. The logistics alone are astounding. Millions of mud bricks must be made, dried, and transported to the construction site for a large ziggurat. No trucks, cranes, or mechanized equipment are present. Everything is propelled by animal strength, human muscle power, a complex network of ramps and levers, and unwavering willpower. The planning, however, is what really sets it apart. To prevent the entire project from collapsing into a heap of costly debris, someone must determine how many bricks they will need, where to obtain the raw materials, how many workers are needed, how to feed all of those workers, where they will sleep, and how to coordinate their efforts. You're witnessing a level of project management that won't be seen again until the building of medieval cathedrals. With hundreds of workers, dozens of specialized trades, and supply chains spanning the entire known world, the ziggurat builders are effectively managing the biggest construction company in the ancient world. Contrary to what Hollywood may have taught you, the workers themselves are not slaves. Consider it the most complex community service project in the world. They are citizens carrying out their civic duties, seasonal workers, and skilled artisans. People donate their time to building projects that benefit everyone during the agricultural off-season, when the fields don't need to be tended. This desire to create something greater than any one person could on their own has a very human quality. In addition to their utilitarian functions as temples, administrative hubs, and grain storage facilities, the ziggurats are also symbolic. Look what we can do when we work together. Look how high we can reach, they say. Surprisingly complex engineering is needed. The builders must comprehend the structural integrity, weight distribution, and composition of the soil. They create methods for building sturdy foundations in muddy ground, avoiding water damage, and guaranteeing that the structure will endure for many generations. These are not archaic individuals fumbling through building projects. Rather, they are demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity in resolving intricate engineering problems. Consider the challenge of producing millions of identical bricks. To guarantee uniformity throughout large production runs, they create standardized molds, quality assurance protocols, and drying methods. They determine the ideal brick sizes that strike a balance between handling ease and structural strength. They develop production techniques for assembly lines that will not be used again until the Industrial Revolution. Even more impressive than the engineering is the coordination that is needed. Consider overseeing a project in which some employees are producing bricks, others are moving them, and still others are arranging them in progressively intricate designs as the building rises. Everyone needs to be motivated, supervised, supplied, and in sync. It's similar to conducting an orchestra, except that hundreds of construction workers are used in place of musicians, and architecture that will outlast empires is used in place of music. You come across something that may appear less dramatic than enormous construction projects, but is actually far more revolutionary as you continue your peaceful journey through this amazing civilization. You're seeing the beginning of formal education, mathematics, and what we might call science, the point at which humans started to think methodically about thinking itself. Something extraordinary is taking place in tiny buildings dotted across the cities. Young adults and children are congregating to learn rather than to labour in workshops or fields. The lessons they are learning at the first schools in history will have a lasting impact on human civilization. These are not informal teachings that parents impart to their children. This is formal education, complete with learning objectives, standardised curricula and qualified teachers. In addition to learning mathematics, astronomy, literature and law, students also practice writing by copying out traditional texts. They are becoming literate in the art of knowledge acquisition, as well as in their native tongue. Your high school algebra teacher would be ecstatic about the mathematics being developed here. These individuals are dealing with ideas that appear to be nearly contemporary: geometric principles, place value notation, and mathematical relationships that are still utilised by architects today. They're finding abstract mathematical truths that exist apart from any real-world applications, not just counting things. What's amazing, though, is that they're using a number system based on 60 rather than 10. They're thinking in base 60 while you're counting on your fingers and working with powers of 10. This sounds really strange until you realise that 60 is more divisible by numbers than 10 is. For many mathematical operations, their system is actually more adaptable. It's similar to learning that a better wheel was created, but thousands of years later, we're still using the subpar one. There is more to this mathematical sophistication than meets the eye. The same individuals who divide circles into 360 degrees, yes, that's where that originates, are also conducting astronomical observations, which call for exact measurement and documentation. They're making calendars that align agricultural activities with astronomical events, tracking the motions of planets, and forecasting eclipses. It is truly astounding how much astronomical knowledge is being amassed here. These observers have discovered that there are recurring patterns in the movements of the planets. They can predict when Venus will show up as an evening star as opposed to a morning star. They have developed mathematical models to forecast astronomical events and identified zodiacal constellations. Most impressive, though, is the way they're tackling these issues. They are searching for underlying patterns, formulating hypotheses, and testing predictions in addition to merely gathering observations. For another few thousand years, they would not refer to what they are doing as science, but they are. This methodical approach to knowledge is not limited to astronomy and mathematics. Students are learning how to evaluate court cases, write poetry in accordance with formal guidelines, and comprehend historical precedents in the classroom. They are discovering that knowledge itself can be methodically arranged, classified, and passed down from one generation to the next. You're witnessing the creation of intellectual life as we know it today. For the first time in history, some people are able to devote their lives to comprehending the fundamentals of the world's functioning, rather than just finding solutions to pressing practical issues. What are numbers, really? Why do the planets move the way they do? And what makes a good law different from a bad one? Are some of the questions they can pose. The ramifications are astounding. People whose job it is to think about abstract problems begin to draw connections between various fields of knowledge. The mathematician understands that architecture is governed by geometric principles. The astronomer learns that natural events can be predicted by mathematical models. The legal scholar is aware that using reason to settle disagreements is a more equitable approach than merely adhering to custom. Let's take a break from our travels and become accustomed to the mild routines of this amazing society. You're about to learn that revolution can sometimes be whispered through the everyday moments that comprise human existence, rather than always being announced with great fanfare. A typical Mesopotamian family wakes up as the small, high windows of their house let in the first rays of the day. The first thing that strikes you is how different their everyday worries are from yours, yet they feel surprisingly similar. The mother is organising meals that will stretch resources throughout the week and keeping an eye on the household's grain supplies. The father is going over his to-do list in his head, including which irrigation channels require upkeep, which tools require repair, and which neighbours he needs to work with in preparation for the harvest. Their kids are getting ready for school, and yes, they probably whine about it as much as kids do. Young Enlil claims he already knows enough mathematics to assist with the family business, and little Shamet refuses to practice her cuneiform writing exercises. It appears that certain aspects of human nature never go out of style. However, these everyday occurrences contain innovations that continue to shape our lives to this day. In order to trade fairly with her neighbours, the mother uses standardised weights and measures when she measures out grain for breakfast. The father uses a filing system that arranges data in ways that any contemporary office worker would recognise when he looks through his business records from the previous day. The breakfast itself demonstrates the sophistication of technology. Yeast cultures, a biological technology that turns simple grain into sustenance that can support complex societies, have been preserved and passed down through the generations to make the bread. The beer, yes, they have beer for breakfast, which makes sense given the dubious quality of ancient water supplies, represents fermentation processes that call for exact timing and temperature control. You're watching the infrastructure of civilization in action as the family go about their morning routines. Thousands of people are served by the distribution system that provides them with the water they use. Sewage disposal stops disease outbreaks that would otherwise render big cities uninhabitable. Agricultural systems that can sustain populations much larger than the actual workers in the fields are the source of the food. You're witnessing the beginning of expert craftsmanship when the father leaves for his workshop. He's not just producing, he's also upholding standards, creating methods, and establishing a reputation for excellence that goes well beyond his local area. His goods will be traded over great distances, spreading the fame of his city to locations he will never be able to visit. Mother's Day is equally noteworthy. She's in charge of a household that serves as both a place of residence and a business. She's handling family finances, preserving social ties that are the foundation of community life, and processing food for preservation. She's teaching kids not only useful skills, but also social norms, cultural values, and the information they will need to navigate a complex society as adults. You're seeing something that would be entirely familiar to any modern family when the evening rolls around, and they all sit down to their main meal. But it's also utterly revolutionary for its time. They are sharing food that has been prepared, preserved, and processed in ways that enable them to eat healthily, even in the absence of fresh ingredients. They are talking about the day's activities in a way that helps kids comprehend how they fit into the larger community. Most astonishingly, though, they're at ease. They are not fighting for basic survival, even though they live in what we might consider primitive conditions. People can now enjoy their lives, plan for the future, and pursue interests beyond their immediate needs thanks to advancements in agriculture, commerce, and social organisation. There may be games, storytelling, or music after supper. Another revolutionary idea is that people have leisure time. Human culture can thrive in previously unthinkable ways when survival is safe enough for people to devote their time to pursuits that have no immediate practical value. In addition to sleeping off the day's labour, the family is refuelling for tomorrow's involvement in humanity's first complex urban living experiment. They will awaken tomorrow and once more play a part in preserving the systems that enable thousands of people to coexist in harmony, prosperity, and productivity. One of the most remarkable accomplishments of Mesopotamian civilization is revealed as you delve deeper into this ancient world. They managed to manage sizable, diverse populations without everything collapsing in anarchy and conflict. And they accomplished this by combining religious authority, common sense, and what can only be called the first all-encompassing legal system in history. Imagine the difficulties these people encountered. There are thousands of people, each with their own goals, passions, and unavoidable conflicts with their neighbours. You have competing religious traditions, diverse ethnic groups, economic classes, and the inherent human propensity for short-sightedness and selfishness. How do you design a system that accomplishes goals while maintaining a reasonable level of satisfaction for all? The complexity of the Mesopotamian solution is elegant. At the top is a king who represents both religion and politics. His authority has a weight that purely political power could not match, because he is not only making executive decisions, but is also channeling the will of the gods. The king is expressing divine will when he issues a law, not just his own preferences. However, this is not a tyrant's capricious rule. The king's authority is limited by custom, religious law, and the pragmatic requirement to retain the backing of the different factions that sustain society. The priests, merchants, artisans, and farmers who truly govern the society will find a way to replace a king who continuously makes poor choices, so he won't hold the position for long. You have an advanced administrative structure beneath the king that would astound any contemporary bureaucrat. Tax collection, irrigation management, trade regulation, military organisation, and legal disputes are all handled by officials. Every administrative level has clear duties and accountability to both superior and subordinate authorities. Perhaps their most remarkable governmental innovation is the legal system they create. These individuals draft thorough legal codes that aim to cover every potential conflict or offence. Nearly 300 laws, ranging from business disputes to marriage contracts to property rights, are included in the publicly visible Code of Hammurabi. However, the sophistication of these laws is even more impressive than their comprehensiveness. They distinguish between various property types and social classes. They make a distinction between accidents and deliberate crimes. Instead of just exacting retribution, they offer proportionate penalties meant to bring the world back into balance. To a degree that would be progressive in many societies thousands of years later, they defend the rights of women, children, and even slaves. Unprecedentedly, a professional judicial system is needed to enforce these laws. Records that keep track of court rulings, judges who are knowledgeable about the law, and court procedures that guarantee fair hearings. You're witnessing the emergence of jurisprudence, the belief that disagreements can be settled by logic and facts, rather than solely by the person with the most military might or political clout. Most significantly, though, this legal system is open to the public. The laws are visible to everyone because they are engraved in stone. This indicates that people are aware of their rights, expectations, and the repercussions of different behaviours. Law ceases to be arbitrary and becomes predictable for the first time in human history. This government is backed by an equally advanced tax system. There are set rates, collection processes, and even provisions for tax relief during hard times, as opposed to just taking whatever the king wants. People are aware of their obligations, when they are due, and what they get in return, including public works projects, military protection, infrastructure upkeep, and judicial services. The result is something that can be identified as the rule of law, a system that treats people fairly in accordance with established standards, offers procedures for settling conflicts amicably, and fosters incentives for collaboration rather than conflict is probably more desirable than perfect justice, which is probably unachievable. Stability is the outcome. Due to their reasonable confidence in the stability of the legal and social framework, people are able to make long-term plans. Because they believe they will be able to reap the rewards when those projects mature, they are willing to put time and effort into endeavours that won't yield results right away. The intricate irrigation systems, intricate trade networks, educational institutions and architectural projects that take generations to complete are all made possible by this stability, which in turn lays the groundwork for everything else we've been investigating. Without governmental structures that can uphold continuity and order over decades or even centuries, none of these would be feasible. As you continue your exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, you may be surprised to learn that these pragmatic, engineering-minded individuals are profoundly spiritual, but not in a way that separates the sacred from the secular. They don't practice their religion during special ceremonies or on the weekends. It permeates every part of their lives, from how they plan their cities to how they go about their jobs. However, this is a faith that sanctifies practical activity and finds the divine in human achievement, not the kind of spirituality that demands people reject the material world. Mesopotamian gods are strikingly human-like, but in the most positive sense. They are individuals with preferences, knowledge, and continuous engagement in worldly matters, rather than impersonal, abstract ideals. Enlil is in charge of the wind and storms, which bring fertility as well as destruction. For those whose civilization relies on both intelligence and irrigation, Enki's rule over fresh water and wisdom makes perfect sense. Since passion and conflict are essential components of the human experience, Inanna stands for both love and war. The most fascinating thing about these gods, though, is how they serve as examples of the kind of collaboration that enables civilized life. The myths describe gods cooperating on cosmic building projects, exchanging resources and expertise, and reaching mutually beneficial agreements. People who take part in religious rituals are not only worshipping, they are also honing the social skills necessary to maintain the smooth operation of their own communities. Each city is dominated by temples that are much more than just places of worship. They are a combination of social service agencies, educational institutions, and economic hubs. In addition to carrying out rituals, the priests who work in these temples also oversee agricultural estates, run educational institutions, care for libraries, and offer welfare assistance to members of the community who are struggling. A society where religious life supports rather than contradicts the values required for successful urban living is the result of this remarkable fusion of spiritual and practical functions. A good worshipper possesses the same qualities as a good neighbour, such as honesty, dependability, and a willingness to help out with community projects. There is no conflict between serving the community and the gods, or between being pious and succeeding in business. The religious calendar organises daily life in ways that promote economic activity, rather than interfere with it. Religious celebrations take place during agricultural seasons, offering opportunities for communal gatherings when people have the means and leisure to take part. In addition to providing funds for public works projects, the religious mandate to support temple operations establishes a social safety net that supports people during trying times. Most significantly, this religious system offers purpose and meaning that transcends personal achievement or failure. Contributors to the construction of a ziggurat are not merely taking part in a building project. They are also helping to construct a monument that will benefit their community for many generations and a place of worship for the gods. Maintaining the irrigation channels is more than just routine maintenance. It's a way to contribute to the divine order that sustains life. Ordinary labour becomes sacred when it has this sense of purpose. The merchant facilitating trade between distant cities, the farmer producing food that feeds the community, and the craftsman crafting beautiful objects are all part of the divine plan that creates civilization out of wilderness, abundance out of scarcity, and order out of chaos. However, this spirituality is also incredibly useful. Though the methods of consultation, reading omens, interpreting dreams, and examining the patterns of oil on water require careful observation and logical analysis, the gods are consulted on everything from military campaigns to business endeavours to marriage decisions. Practical intelligence and religious wisdom complement rather than contradict one another. The end result is a society in which individuals accept personal responsibility for their contributions to the welfare of the community, while feeling supported by forces greater than themselves. Despite staying rooted in the pragmatic demands of everyday life, they feel that their work has cosmic significance. Spirituality is not an escape from human achievement, but rather an enhancement of it. You start to understand how all of these inventions work together to form something far greater than the sum of their individual parts as you carry on your cozy exploration of this amazing civilization. You're seeing the emergence of networking effects, which are the processes by which various developments reinforce one another to cause a sharp acceleration of human progress. Think about how Mesopotamian society is changed by writing in every other way. Because engineers can document effective techniques and learn from past mistakes, the irrigation system becomes much more sophisticated once information can be permanently recorded. Because precedents can be documented and consulted, legal systems become more equitable and consistent. Because contracts can specify precise terms and conditions, trade becomes more complicated. Because knowledge can be systematically transmitted and preserved, education becomes more effective. However, writing also opens up new possibilities that no one had foreseen. You can learn mathematics once you can record numbers. Astronomical science can be produced when observations can be preserved. Chemistry and medicine can be developed once experiments are documented. Every advancement creates opportunities for even more advancements in unpredictable ways. In the realm of economics, the networking effect is the same. Once food production is stable, some people can focus on crafts. You can create better tools and methods once you have talented artisans. With improved tools, agricultural productivity can be increased, freeing up even more workers for specialised labour. Every improvement increases the likelihood and ease of the subsequent improvement. The social innovations have an equally strong network. You can start projects that need long-term planning and coordination once you have an efficient governance system. People gain confidence in group action after large-scale projects are completed successfully. People are willing to invest in even more ambitious projects once they have faith in group efforts. In ways that exponentially speed up progress, success breeds success. The Mesopotamians are experiencing the fascinating discovery that human communities can generate value that far surpasses what individuals could produce working alone. You're witnessing what contemporary economists refer to as increasing returns to scale. Every new member of society increases the productivity, security, and ability of everyone else to accomplish their objectives. The networking of technology is equally impressive. Mining, transportation, and trade networks are all necessary for the production of bronze in addition to metallurgy. The effectiveness of the entire system increases with each advancement in any of these areas. Mining is more productive with better tools. Raw materials are less expensive when transportation is more efficient. Access to better quality inputs is made possible by expanded trade networks. However, the cultural networking effect may be the most significant. People start to have bigger dreams after realizing that prosperity and security can be achieved through human effort. They are more inclined to trust strangers and engage in larger communities once they realize that collaboration can produce outcomes that are impossible for individuals to accomplish alone. They are more inclined to rely on others for products and services that they could potentially produce themselves once they have seen the advantages of specialization. This is a revolutionary change in culture. People are choosing to become interdependent instead of self-sufficient for the first time in human history. They're coming to the conclusion that working together is more advantageous than relying on other people. They're risking everything that human societies can be more than short-term convenience alliances. You're seeing networking effects that extend beyond the borders of specific cities or geographical areas. Mesopotamian innovations influenced events throughout the ancient world by way of trade routes, diplomatic contacts, and migration patterns. Greek philosophy is shaped by the mathematical ideas created in Babylon. Roman law is influenced by the legal precepts developed in Ur. From Egypt to India, population growth is made possible by Mesopotamian agricultural innovations. You're witnessing the emergence of what contemporary academics refer to as world systems, networks of influence and interaction that link far-flung societies and enable innovations to proliferate well beyond their original locations. For the first time, human advancement turns into a cooperative endeavour in which several civilizations cooperate, often unknowingly, to address shared problems. You are left with a deep respect for the accomplishments of these extraordinary people as our leisurely tour of ancient Mesopotamia comes to an end. You return to the comforts of the present with a fresh perspective on how much we owe these pioneers of the past. The golden age you have witnessed was golden not because it was flawless, but because it was the first time that humanity had successfully attempted to build sophisticated societies that boosted rather than depleted human potential. With creativity, teamwork, and an incredible belief in human potential, these individuals overcame obstacles that no other generation had ever faced. Their solutions weren't coincidental or short-term fixes. Thousands of years later, we are still using modified versions of the institutions, systems, and ways of thinking they established because they were so successful. You are building on the foundations established by these ancient pioneers each time you use mathematics, read a written contract, engage in democratic governance, or profit from specialization and trade. Perhaps most significantly, however, they illustrated a feature of human nature that still holds true today. When people are confident enough to look beyond their immediate survival, when they have incentives to work together rather than engage in destructive competition, and when they have faith that their efforts will be fairly rewarded, they collaborate to create amazing things. The Golden Age of Mesopotamia serves as a reminder that the greatest human civilization is about fostering an environment in which each person can use their special gifts to promote the well-being of the group, not about controlling nature or outperforming rivals. It involves creating systems that are both robust enough to offer security and adaptable enough to foster creativity. It involves figuring out how to respect both individual success and the well-being of the community. As you fall asleep, consider how human advancement is still fueled by the same cooperative impulses that created ziggurats and cuneiform writing. The spirit of ancient Mesopotamia endures every time individuals decide to work together rather than fight, every time someone lends their expertise to projects bigger than themselves, and every time communities make investments in infrastructure that will benefit coming generations. Even though the cities are now covered in desert sand and the irrigation channels are dry, the human ability to bring order out of chaos, abundance out of scarcity, and meaning out of life's basic materials still flows like those ancient rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rest easy knowing that you're a part of a story that started with the first cities and goes on with every technological advancement, every act of human cooperation, and every instance in which people decide to build rather than destroy. Mesopotamia's golden age serves as a reminder that our best times are never truly over. Rather, they are always just getting started, and are waiting to be shaped by the next generation of people who are prepared to cooperate in order to achieve common goals. The same mathematical patterns that the ancient astronomers found still govern the way the stars wheel overhead. The human urge to create, collaborate, and strive for something bigger than personal survival is still as strong as the fires in those old bronze workshops. And tomorrow we carry on the work they started, the never-ending optimistic endeavour of creating civilizations deserving of human potential in both minor and major ways. Sweet dreams, fellow time traveller. Take comfort in the fact that you are a part of the greatest success story in human history, one that is still being written, one day at a time, by people who recognise that the greatest monuments we can erect are those that enable others to rise just a little bit above their own potential. Imagine those old voices carried on the wind during the quiet moments before sleep really sets in. Farmers in Mesopotamia discovered that a floodplain could become a paradise if they banded together. The artisans who realised that specialised work could elevate simple survival to creative success. The administrators demonstrated that, at its best, bureaucracy is just structured to serve the interests of the community. Even though their ziggurat has fallen apart, their wisdom can still be heard in every public library, contemporary hospital, and infrastructure project that enhances the lives of people the builders have never met, even though their cuneiform tablets are now museum artefacts. Their belief that knowledge should be shared and preserved endures in every book, website, and classroom where new information is learned. Their understanding that abundance comes from cooperation rather than competition is evident in every successful business partnership, community garden, and instance where neighbours choose to support one another rather than compete. The irrigation channels they dug have long since filled with sand. Above all, they introduced us to the radical notion that people can build societies that are superior to the sum of their parts, that chaos, conflict and scarcity are not necessary for human existence, that we can create worlds where everyone has enough food, enough security, enough purpose, enough beauty to make life worthwhile, if we are patient, creative and willing to trust one another. Therefore, as you drift off to sleep, remember not only the accomplishments of these ancient people, but also the quiet assurance that the same inventive, collaborative spirit that created the first cities is still creating a better world today. Every tiny deed of compassion, every instance of putting empathy ahead of judgment, and every contribution to a cause greater than yourself keeps the good work going. Mesopotamia's golden age was a beginning rather than a destination. The story's most lovely aspect is that it isn't yet over. It persists in every heart that selects cooperation over rivalry, hope over fear, and building over destruction. Rest easy knowing that you are both the inheritor of their wisdom and a part of its continuous development. Maybe you will hear the soft splatter of old irrigation channels in your dreams, delivering vital water to gardens that will reopen tomorrow. Good night, civilization builder. Good night, ancient dream heir. Good night, participant in the world's greatest ongoing endeavour, the patient, optimistic endeavour to build a world that lives up to our highest hopes. As a reminder that some things, beauty, truth, and the human capacity for wonder, really are eternal. The stars that led those early astronomers continue to shine down on you in the same timeless patterns they found. Get enough sleep. Have a lovely dream. Wake up tomorrow prepared to carry on the never-ending joyful task of bringing the world closer to the paradise they saw between two rivers so long ago. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with two other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture, but there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy, They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction, not quite disapproval but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the third floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Carolyn, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot, sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari, amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke up short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognised their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticised heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritising technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defence pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognised that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition. that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong coastal defences, especially the imposing Inabeyama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabeyama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its luster. Battered by decades of feuding warlords, the Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilising Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding swords and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto, allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernizing general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest. eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy, or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognised him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image. Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered for centuries. Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces, especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armor, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays, labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai faux de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimised his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognised that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narratives contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner, could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honnoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honnoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honnoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralize wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalized his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realized in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward steer, and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognizing the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganised force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realised that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticised notion of the Continental Army's underdog valour, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathisers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticised, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life, he came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power. Yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. the man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens. And though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. Picture yourself on a hillside in central Italy around 312 BCE, watching something amazing happen in the valley below. Hundreds of workers are moving in a way that is similar to how ants build something much bigger than themselves. They're building what will become the Via Appia, the first big Roman road, and they have no idea that they're making a model that will last for thousands of years. You can smell the limestone dust in the air, along with the sweat of workers and the smell of freshly turned soil. The sound is steady. Hammers hitting stone, bosses calling out measurements, and carts creaking as they bring materials. It's the sound of civilization literally paving the way for the future. But let's take a step back from this building site and think about what roads meant to ancient empires. We usually think of them as basic transportation systems, like the highways you drive on to visit family or get to work. But old roads were much more than that. They were the physical embodiment of political power, economic systems, and cultural identity all at the same time. When an empire built a road, it was making a big deal out of it. It was saying, we have complete control over this land so we can change it. We have the power, the resources, and the organisation to move mountains, or at least make paths through them. Every mile of paved road was an investment not only in getting around, but also in the idea of empire itself. Think of roads as the heart and blood vessels of ancient civilizations. Like your body needs blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients to every cell, empires needed roads to move soldiers, goods, information, and ideas to every part of their land. You don't really notice your circulation when it's working right. Everything starts to break down when it doesn't work. The Roman Empire probably understood this better than any other civilization before or since. Rome had about 250,000 miles of roads at its peak, which is enough to go around the world 10 times. These weren't just dirt paths that people had walked on a lot and worn down. They were engineering wonders, built with such care that some are still in use today, more than 2,000 years later. But Rome wasn't the only empire that was crazy about building roads. The Inca Empire in South America built a road network that stretched over 25,000 miles, across some of the hardest terrain on Earth. They built roads through mountains that would make modern engineers cry, across deserts where water was more valuable than gold, and through jungles that seemed determined to destroy any human construction within weeks. The Assyrian Empire built roads in Mesopotamia that connected their capitals to the farthest parts of their territory. They also built a postal system that was so fast that it could send messages faster than any other communication system, until the telegraph was invented thousands of years later. Imagine royal messengers riding through the night, switching horses at stations exactly one day's ride apart, and carrying sealed clay tablets with news that could change the fate of cities. The Persian Royal Road was over 1,500 miles long and connected Susa to Sardis. It was so well kept that royal couriers could make the trip in just 7 days, while it would take people walking 90 days. That's about the same as the difference between walking from New York to Los Angeles and flying there. They did it with only horses, determination and careful planning. These roads weren't just about getting there quickly or easily. They were about having power. An empire that could move its armies quickly could stop threats from turning into revolts. An empire that could move goods quickly could make money that could be used to grow even more. An empire that could build paved roads to spread its language and culture could bring people together across differences. You start to see roads in a different way when you think about them this way. That old stone path you might see on a hike in Europe isn't just old pavement. It's a fossil of political power, a physical reminder that someone once had enough power to change the landscape to suit their needs. Let's go back to that building site in ancient Italy, but this time let's get closer. Get down on your knees next to one of the Roman engineers, who they called mensores, and see how they are really building this road. The first thing that stands out to you is that they aren't starting with the surface. They are digging down and making a trench that could be 3 or 4 feet deep. This doesn't make sense at first, but once you understand how Romans thought about engineering, you'll see that a road is like an iceberg, with most of its mass hidden beneath the surface you walk on. The workers are now putting down the first layer, which is made up of big stones that are packed tightly together. This is the stratum, which is the bottom layer that will hold up everything else. The Romans are putting these stones in place with the same care that people use to put together a 3-dimensional puzzle, making sure that each piece fits perfectly with the ones next to it to make a stable base. You can hear the foreman walking across the foundation and listening for any hollow sounds that might mean it is weak. In ancient times, your ears were just as important as your eyes when building. An experienced engineer could hear structural problems, just like a mechanic can hear problems with a car's engine. On top of the statumen, they're putting down a layer of smaller stones mixed with mortar. This is called the rudus. Heavy wooden mallets are being used to compact this layer, and the workers are moving in time with each other like they are dancing. The sound echoes through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow pushes the materials together, making them more solid. The nucleus is a layer of gravel and sand that is sometimes mixed with lime to make a kind of ancient concrete. Oxen pull large stone cylinders over this layer to smooth it out, and the animals strain against their harnesses while their handlers guide them with skill. The smell of the oxen, which is earthy, musky, and clearly animal-like, mixes with the smell of crushed stone, which is mineral-like. Last but not least, the top layer, the summum dorsum. This means that big, flat paving stones that fit perfectly with each other are needed for important roads like the Via Appia. The Romans are so picky about this fit that you couldn't even fit a knife blade between most of the stones. They're making a surface that will shed water, last a long time, and give both iron-shod hooves and sandaled feet a safe place to stand. But here's the really amazing part. The Romans are not just making the road flat. They're making a subtle crown by raising the middle of the road a little higher than the edges. This is only a few inches across a width of 15 or 20 feet. This small detail means that water will run off to the sides instead of pooling on the surface. In the winter, the water would freeze, expand, and break the paving stones apart. They're even more impressive because they're putting in drainage systems next to the road. There are stone-lined channels that run next to the pavement to move rainwater away from the foundation. Culverts go under the road at regular intervals so that streams can cross without damaging the road. These old engineers knew more about hydrology than most modern contractors. They knew that if you don't give water a place to go, it will destroy any human-made structure over time. The focus on details goes all the way through the building process. The Romans are using groma, which are vertical poles with horizontal crossbars that are marked at exact right angles, to look at the route. They can make roads that go straight for miles with these simple tools and the rules of geometry. They only make small changes when they have to get around obstacles. Engineers are very careful when they figure out the slopes of the road when it has to go up hills. If the slope is too steep, carts with loads won't be able to make it up. If it's too gradual, the road will take longer than it needs to. Their goal is grades that don't go above 5% very often. which is about the same as what modern highway standards say for mountain passes. The building process gets even more complicated when the ground is wet or marshy. Workers are driving wooden piles deep into the soft ground to make fake foundations that can hold up the stone layers above. In some places, they're actually building the road on a raised embankment called an aga that lifts it above the ground around it. This keeps the surface dry and passable even during spring floods. The Incas, who built their roads hundreds of years later and halfway around the world, had even bigger engineering problems to deal with. Inca engineers carved steps directly into living rock on mountainsides so steep that modern hikers need both hands free to climb. They built suspension bridges out of woven grass ropes to cross valleys. These bridges swayed a lot in the wind, but they could hold the weight of llama caravans and messengers running. What all these old engineers knew that modern infrastructure planners sometimes forget is that roads aren't just for the here and now. A road that is built well will last for many years or even hundreds of years. The total cost of constant repairs is always higher than the cost of building things right the first time. Standing on that hillside and watching the Via Appia take shape stone by stone is a deep experience. Most of the names of these workers have been lost to history, but they are building infrastructure that will still be useful long after their civilization has become a legend. Some of them may know this. Most likely they just want to finish their shift and go home for dinner. Now picture yourself next to a big Roman road at the height of the empire. Let's say around 150 CE, when Rome's power stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The first travellers of the day are already on the road as dawn breaks. The first sounds you hear are the bells of a merchant caravan. These are small chimes that are tied to the lead animals so that people can hear them coming in the dark before dawn. The merchants have been on the road since before dawn, when it was the coolest time of day. You can smell their cargo before you see them. It spices from the east, and the smell is so strong and complicated that it makes your nose tingle. The more light there is, the more traffic there is. A military courier rides by on horseback, and the sound of his horse's hooves hitting the stone pavement is sharp and staccato, fading quickly into the distance. He has messages sealed with the governor's mark, and he will switch horses at the next mancio, which is a mix of an inn, a post office, and a government building that is exactly one day's travel away. A group of merchants on foot follows him, their goods loaded onto donkeys that walk slowly, as if they have done this trip many times before. They are talking to each other in a mix of Latin and the local dialect. They are talking about prices in the next town and complaining about taxes, which is what merchants have always done. You see a covered wagon moving slowly, and the people inside are hidden behind leather curtains. This could be a rich family going to their country estate or a provincial official being moved to a new job. The wheels of the wagon are made of iron and make a grinding, rumbling noise as they roll over the stone surface. This noise travels far in the morning air. A tinker has set up a temporary stall near a milestone, which is one of the stone markers that Romans put up every 1,000 paces to show how far they had travelled and remind people of which emperor built or fixed this part of the road. He'll fix sandals, sharpen knives, or sell food to travellers who forgot to bring enough food with them. The smell of cooking food, like bread and salted fish, makes your stomach remind you that you didn't eat breakfast. The road is really busy by mid-morning. Farmers are bringing their goods to market. Their carts are full of vegetables, amphorae of wine, and sacks of grain. They go slowly and often pull over to let faster cars go by. Most Roman roads were wide enough for two carts to pass easily, about 12 to 15 feet. They also had shoulders on either side where slower traffic could yield. You see a group of students with their teacher on their way to study in a bigger city. Some of them are reading from scrolls as they walk, while others are arguing about philosophical issues with the confidence of young people who have just learned about them. You can hear them clearly in the open air talking about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. The afternoon brings different people who are travelling. A religious procession goes by, with pilgrims on their way to a temple or holy site. Their voices make harmonies that rise and fall with the gentle bumps in the road as they sing hymns that bounce off the stone pavement. Some people bring gifts, like flowers, small statues, or jars of oil that slosh around as they walk. The road surface itself has been used for hundreds of years and shows signs of wear. You can see grooves worn into the stone pavement by countless iron-rimmed wheels where traffic is heaviest, especially on hills where animals are pulling heavy loads. These ruts, which are up to several inches deep, actually make it easier for wagon drivers to get around because their wheels naturally follow the grooves that are already there. Along the road you can see small shrines where travellers have left things like coins, flowers or bread. These mark places where someone died in an accident, where a soldier fell while protecting the road from bandits, or just where the view is so beautiful that it seems to deserve recognition of the divine. Traffic patterns change again as night falls. People from the area who have been working in faraway fields are going home with their tools over their shoulders and looks of exhaustion on their faces from working in the sun. Kids run along the side of the road playing games where they try not to step on the edges of the paving stones or jump from one milestone to the next. People who are travelling and won't get to their destination before nightfall start looking for places to stay. Some people are lucky enough to have access to official mansions, but these are only for government officials and people who carry the cursus publicus, which is the imperial seal that lets people use state-funded facilities. Everyone else has to stay in private inns. These can be anything from nice places with hot meals and clean beds to places that make modern budget motels look like luxury hotels. You can tell these inns apart by their signs, which are usually pictures painted on wood and hung from a pole because many travellers can't read. A bed means there is a place to stay. A cup means that wine is for sale. A sheaf of grain means that food is available. Some places show all three, hoping to show that they can meet the needs of every traveller. The road doesn't completely clear when it gets dark. You might see processions of people with torches. These could be soldiers moving at night to avoid the heat of the day, or a rich traveller with enough slaves to light his way and keep thieves away. The torches that flicker make dramatic shadows that dance across the stone surface, making the road that you know seem strange and a little scary. The daily flow of traffic, the mixing of different social classes and jobs, and the constant movement of goods and ideas were what roads really meant to ancient empires. They weren't just projects in engineering. They were places where all the complexities of human life happened. For example, a senator's daughter might pass a farmer's cart, or ideas from faraway provinces might travel with trade goods. The empire's great diversity could be seen in the stream of faces going both ways. Let's skip ahead to about 400 CE. You're still on that Roman road, but things have changed in ways that are both small and big. The pavement is still there. Roman construction was too good to disappear in just a few hundred years. But if you look closely, you can see small signs of neglect. There is a pothole near the edge of the road where water has gotten under a paving stone and frozen over many winters, slowly loosening the stone. During the Empire's heyday, a maintenance crew would have fixed this in a matter of weeks. It's been there long enough for grass to grow in the gap, and carts that go by have worn a path around it into the shoulder. The milestone you're near also shows its age. Someone has chipped away at the inscription. This was probably done during one of the many civil wars in the 3rd century, when each new emperor wanted to erase any evidence that his predecessor had been there. People still use the stone to mark distance, but no one remembers which emperor put it there or when. The way traffic flows has changed. You don't see as many military units or official couriers. The merchant caravans are smaller and have more guards. This is because the empire's ability to keep its roads safe has gone down, which has led to more banditry. For safety, some travellers are going in big groups, even if they're not all going to the same place. What you're seeing is the start of a process that will take hundreds of years, the slow breakdown of the infrastructure that kept the Roman Empire together. This fall wasn't sudden or dramatic. There wasn't a single moment when the road stopped working. It was more like watching a coastline erode, with each wave taking away a little more sand until one day you realise the beach has completely changed shape. As empires fall apart, so do roads. This is because roads need something that empires can't give. Regular, organised maintenance paid for by stable tax revenues and done by skilled administrators who expect to still be in their jobs next year. Consider what it really takes to keep the roads in good shape. Engineers need to check the infrastructure and find problems before they get out of hand. You need quarries to make new stones. You need workers who know how to build things and are good at it. You need animals and carts to move things. You need money to pay for everything. And you need a way to organise these things over thousands of miles of land. As the Western Roman Empire started to fall apart in the 3rd and 4th centuries, it got harder to meet all of these needs. As the economy slowed down and provinces broke away, tax revenues went down. The currency lost so much value that skilled workers asked to be paid in goods or food instead of worthless coins. People tried to avoid administrative jobs that used to be seen as prestigious. The empire needed the roads more than ever as they got worse, which is ironic. With more barbarian invasions and usurpers trying to take over the empire, being able to move armies quickly was literally a matter of life and death. But the same problems that made roads necessary also made it impossible to keep them in good shape. You can see this in the records of archaeology. Road repairs become less and less skilled in layers that date back to the 4th and 5th centuries. Instead of properly lifting the paving stones and rebuilding the layers of the foundation below, workers just dumped gravel into the holes. They didn't replace broken stones with perfectly cut new ones. Instead, they filled in the gaps with whatever they could find, like broken pottery, pieces of building rubble, or even just dirt that had been compacted. These quick fixes worked for a while, but didn't last, so they had to be done over and over again. Putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches is like putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches. It might stop the bleeding for a while, but it won't fix the problem. People who lived through this time must have been deeply affected by the psychological effects of watching infrastructure fall apart. Imagine seeing roads that your great-grandparents remembered being built to last forever slowly fall apart, even though everyone is doing their best to keep them in good shape. It would feel like the very foundations of reality were shaking. In some areas, local communities tried to keep the roads in good shape when the central government couldn't anymore. They charged travellers tolls, set up volunteer work parties, or made local landowners responsible for keeping the roads in good shape as a civic duty. These efforts sometimes worked for decades, making islands of working infrastructure in a landscape that was becoming more and more broken up. But the people who were in charge of local maintenance had their own problems. The road might be in good shape in one community, but if the next community couldn't or didn't want to do the same, the whole road became unsafe. It's like having a chain with some strong links and some that are rusting through. The weakest parts of the chain are what keep it from being too strong. The end of long-distance trade made roads worse, faster in a vicious cycle. Merchants stopped travelling long distances because the roads weren't as reliable. This meant less traffic, which meant less economic reason to keep the roads in good shape, which made them worse, which made people less likely to travel. In a few generations, roads that used to connect different parts of the empire might only see traffic between nearby villages. A lot of Roman roads were hard to tell apart by the 6th century. The paving stones could still be there, but they might be buried under dirt and plants that have grown over time. The drainage systems were blocked, which caused flooding that weakened the foundations. Bridges fell down and weren't fixed. In places with a lot of trees, the roots of the trees pushed apart the carefully fitted pavement that Roman engineers had put together. But the roads never completely went away. Even after the pavement broke up, the routes themselves, the paths they made across the land, were still useful. They were still known by traders, armies, and people in the area who used them to get to nearby towns. The physical infrastructure may deteriorate, yet the awareness of connectivity endures in cultural memory. Let's go to that same road around 800 CE, which historians sometimes call the Dark Ages. People who lived through them would have been confused by that name because their days seemed bright enough to them. The change is amazing. There are still some parts of the Roman pavement, but now it is only the middle of a much wider, less formal path. There are tracks worn into the ground by people and animals on either side of the old stone surface. When it's dry, these side paths are probably easier to walk on than the old Roman stones, which have become uneven over the years as the blocks settled or tilted. You see that people have been looking for building materials on the road. Someone has taken the paving stones that have come loose, probably during the spring thaw when frost had pushed them up, and used them to build a barn, line a well, or make a hearth. These stones, which were cut with great care by Roman engineers, are too valuable to just sit around on an old road when they could be used to build things that are useful right away. You can see that someone built a small wooden church near where a roadside temple used to be. They used some stones from the old Roman building to do this. The Christian cross on top of the church stands where a statue of a pagan god used to be. Both of these things made this a special place where travellers would naturally stop and think about something other than their journey. The old Mancio, which was a Roman way station, has been turned into a small fortified manor house. The original Roman walls are still there, but wooden buildings have been added on top of them, along with a defensive palisade that wasn't needed when the empire was at its height. The new lord of this manor says he has power because he controls this part of the road. This is not in the old Roman sense of keeping it up for the public good, but in the more direct medieval sense of being able to charge tolls to anyone who passes through, and people still go through. The road may not look like what Roman engineers would have built, but it's still a road. You see a merchant with a small cart. His goods are covered in oiled leather to keep them dry in the rain. A group of pilgrims walks by on their way to a distant shrine. Their journey will probably take weeks longer than it would have in Roman times, but they are going to the same place. The social contract around the road is what makes it different. The government built and maintained the roads in Roman times, and anyone could use them for free. Now, the law is less clear about roads. This local lord says he is in charge of this area. The next village might think that the road that goes through their land belongs to everyone. A monastery 20 miles down the road might keep their section as a way to help others. hoping for prayers instead of tolls in return. Because there are so many different jurisdictions, each with its own rules and expectations, travelling any significant distance is difficult. It's like trying to drive through a modern country where each county has its own set of traffic laws. It's possible, but you have to pay attention and change your plans all the time. In some places, especially close to cities that have kept some Roman administrative practices, roads are actually being fixed and kept up, but not in a way that would make a Roman engineer cry. Instead of properly rebuilding the foundation layers, workers are just filling in the holes with whatever they can find. The surface is bumpy and uneven and needs to be taken care of all the time, but it keeps the worst holes filled and works to some extent. Some parts of the road have been changed on purpose to serve new purposes. In places where a straight Roman road crosses land that is now disputed by two lords, local people have sometimes purposely destroyed parts of the road to make it harder for troops to move around. They've dug trenches across the road, taken down bridges, or put up barriers that make it impossible to get around quickly. On the other hand, some communities have made their roads better than what the Romans required. If a village's economy depends on being able to get to a nearby market, the people who live there might have used local materials and methods to make the road wider, add passing places, or build new bridges. These improvements don't look Roman. They're usually made of wood instead of stone and are more practical than grand. But they often fit better with what we need now. Bridges are the most interesting adaptations. Roman bridges were amazing feats of engineering. They were arched structures that could hold a lot of weight and span long distances. But keeping a stone bridge in good shape takes a lot of money and special skills. When a Roman bridge fell down, either because it was not taken care of because of flooding, or on purpose, medieval communities often built simpler bridges in its place. You might see a wooden beam bridge held up by stone pilings that were taken from the original Roman building, or a ford where people can just wade across the stream, with the ruins of the old bridge just upstream, a reminder of what used to be possible. In some cases, enterprising locals run ferries and charge travellers to cross places where they could have walked freely across Roman engineering. Because the old drainage systems don't work anymore, a lot of roads flood during the rainy season. People in the area have learned which parts to stay away from when it rains and made seasonal routes that go around trouble spots. This local knowledge, which has been passed down through the years and shared by travellers, is now just as important as the road itself. What's amazing is that the roads are still doing their main job of connecting places and letting people move around, even with all these changes. They're not as good at what they do as they used to be when the Romans were in charge, and travel is definitely slower and less reliable. But the basic structure, the routes themselves, which were carved into the land and are still in people's minds, remains. This time period teaches us something important about infrastructure. Without central maintenance, people will find ways to fix things based on what they need right now and what they have. These fixes may not be pretty or long-lasting, but they do keep things working. It turns out that human creativity can make up for a lot, but not forever and not without cost. Let's go ahead to about 1200 CE again. We're still on that road, but the experience is very different now. The original Roman pavement is mostly hidden under dirt, organic matter, and the fact that landscapes tend to take back what people build. You might see a paving stone sticking out of the ground in some places, like a tooth that hasn't fully erupted. This is a sign of what lies beneath. It's interesting how the road is still changing the landscape, even though it's broken. Even though most travellers don't know why this route stays drier than the land around it, or why some parts are easier to walk on, the Roman engineers built their road base on a slightly higher path that is still the best place to walk. There are trees along the road in some places, but if you look closely, you'll see that they're not growing in a random way. Many people walk along the old Roman drainage ditches, which used to carry water away from the road. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old, and they are unintentionally marking the limits of Roman engineering, making a visible outline of infrastructure that the people who planted the trees never saw. The Roman road has become a property line in some places. Farmers in the Middle Ages used the old road as a natural marker when they split up their land. You might now see a fence running along the length of the road, with fields on either side that follow patterns set by Roman surveyors more than 1,000 years ago. The fence itself might have Roman milestones as fence posts. The inscriptions on the stones have been worn smooth by wind and rain. These ruins have a lot of meaning that goes beyond their use. People in the Middle Ages saw Roman roads as proof of a civilization that could do things that we can't do now. They thought of it as a lost golden age when roads ran straight and true across whole continents, when empires could move armies from Britain to Persia, and when the world was more connected and maybe even easier to understand. You can see this kind of symbolism in medieval art and literature. Stories about ancient roads often show them as ways to find adventure, links to a more glorious past, or reminders of the imperial power that existed before the current political landscape fell apart. In romances, knights often go on quests along old Roman roads, as if the roads still have some magic left over from the civilization that built them. Churches and monasteries are often built close to old Roman roads on purpose, both for practical reasons and for symbolic reasons. By building near these remnants of Roman glory, medieval institutions show that they are the heirs of classical civilization. This suggests that there is a connection between the ancient past and the Christian present. The ruins are also quarries, but not just for physical things. Engineers from the Middle Ages look at how the Romans built roads to learn how to make things that last. Some of this knowledge is being used in new buildings. The best medieval roads are based on Roman engineering ideas that have been changed to fit the materials and needs of the time, but these ruins also have a sad quality to them. When you stand on a crumbling Roman road and look at paving stones that have moved and tilted, bridges that have turned into foundation stones, and milestones with unreadable inscriptions, you are facing the fact that human achievement is not permanent. The Romans built things that would last forever, but forever is longer than even the best engineering can handle. This sadness isn't just about love. It had real-world effects on society in the Middle Ages. If Rome, the largest empire in history with more resources and better organisation than we have now, couldn't keep its infrastructure going forever, what hope do smaller, poorer kingdoms have of building anything that lasts? This acknowledgement leads to a new way of building. Roman builders built monuments that would last for centuries, thinking that they would always be well maintained. Medieval builders, on the other hand, often built things with the idea that maintenance might not be possible. They build things that can gracefully fall apart, that only need to last a generation or two instead of hundreds of years, and that can be fixed easily with local materials and basic skills. But strangely, some medieval buildings last longer than expected because they were built with low expectations. A wooden bridge that is meant to last 20 years might last 50 with little care. A road made of local stone could last for many generations. Without the Romans' desire to build monuments that would last forever, medieval engineers sometimes built things that worked because they were humble instead of grand. Living among these ruins has a psychological effect on people that is hard to fully understand from our modern point of view. You grow up with proof that the people who came before you could do things you can't. You walk on roads they built, see buildings they built, and use tools that are based on their designs. But you can also see these wonders falling apart even though everyone is trying their best to keep them in good shape. This creates a certain way of seeing the world, one that values keeping knowledge from the past, that looks back as much as it looks forward, and that compares the present to a lost golden age. It's a way of thinking that's very different from how we think today, where each generation expects to do better than the last. In 1200 CE, when you stand on this road, very few people alive will remember seeing it when it was at its best as a Roman road. The smooth paving, the good drainage, and the regular upkeep are all just stories that educated monks and scholars tell each other. The road is now partly legendary. It is a physical object whose true nature is better understood through tradition than direct experience. As we near the end of our journey, let's take one last walk down this old road. But this time, in our own time. The experience is like looking at a palimpsest, where different texts have been written on the same parchment. Each one partially erases but never completely hides what came before. The road may now be paved with asphalt and serve as a rural highway connecting small towns that were villages in Roman times, and may not have even existed when the road was first built. But the route hasn't changed much. Modern engineers looked at the land and chose the same path that Roman surveyors did 2,000 years ago, because the way the land is shaped is always the same. You might find Roman paving stones that farmers have dug up over the years and piled along the property line if you pull over and walk into the field next door. These stones, each cut and fitted with such care, now make a rustic fence or a wall that holds things in place. Kids play on them without realising that Roman engineers once measured and placed each stone with the same care that people use when building for eternity. You might see Roman milestones in town as historical artefacts. Their worn-out surfaces are protected by glass or built into modern monuments. Archaeologists are now studying the inscriptions, which used to be clear statements of imperial power, to try to piece together ancient political histories from bits of carved Latin. Some parts of Roman roads have been left alone on purpose so that they can be studied by archaeologists. You can walk on the original pavement, see how it was built in cross-section displays, and read signs that explain how the engineering works. These preserved parts are like outdoor museums that teach people about a way of building things that is better than ours in some ways. Modern highways often run next to Roman roads, but they are separated by a few hundred yards. You can still see the old road from the new one, but they are far enough apart that each serves its own purpose. The old road might be used by people who live nearby, cyclists and hikers, while the new highway is used by people who are just passing through quickly. Both exist to meet different needs, and each is a reflection of the way people connected places in its time. The legacy of Roman roads goes beyond just the physical remains. When building roads that will last for decades instead of needing to be rebuilt every few years, modern civil engineers still use Roman methods. Layered construction, good drainage, and crowned surfaces are all Roman ideas that are still used today. Roman roads had a big impact on the geography of Europe that can still be seen today. A lot of modern cities are where they are because they were on Roman roads. Roman engineers often built roads that became political boundaries. Trade routes, cultural exchanges, and migration routes still follow the same paths that were first set up when Rome ruled the Mediterranean. The way we talk about roads is influenced by Latin. In Latin, mile comes from mille passus, which means 1,000 paces. The word street comes from the Latin word via strata, which means paved road. Romans improved and standardized the way they built roads, which is how we got the ideas of infrastructure, maintenance, and civic duty. But maybe the most important legacy is psychological, not physical. Roman roads represented a specific conception of civilization, the belief that human creativity can transform the natural world, that meticulous planning and engineering can address seemingly insurmountable challenges, and that the integration of diverse individuals and locales generates greater value than solitude. This vision is still alive in every modern highway project, every infrastructure project, and every effort to link small towns to bigger networks. When we talk about how much to spend on infrastructure, how to keep current systems running, or whether to build new connections, we're dealing with the same problems that Romans did 2,000 years ago. The story of why ancient roads fell apart teaches us an important lesson. Infrastructure needs more than just being built. It needs to be maintained. The decline of Roman roads wasn't mostly due to bad engineering. Many of those roads were built well enough that they still look like they did back then. It was about institutions failing, which meant that the administrative and economic systems needed to keep complex infrastructure running over time fell apart. Modern societies have to deal with the same problems. We need to keep spending money on repairs and maintenance for our roads, bridges, and utilities. Decay starts when economic or political problems take resources away from this unglamorous work. It might not be clear right away. Infrastructure gets worse over time, with each small failure adding to the last one, until one day you look around and see that systems you used to trust aren't working anymore. The Romans would get what we're talking about when we argue about infrastructure. They had to deal with the same problems of balancing short-term savings with long-term investments, political expediency with engineering necessity, and local needs with system-wide needs. Their roads fell apart not because they didn't know how to build them right, but because keeping them up took more resources and dedication than their society could give. Let's take a break for a moment on a particularly beautiful stretch of preserved Roman road. It might be in the English countryside, where the old stones run straight across a green hillside, and the landscape on either side looks like a painting of pastoral happiness. The stones under your feet are still strong after almost 2,000 years. Some have faint marks on them from iron-rimmed wheels that went over them when emperors ruled. You might have learned their names in school, but can't quite remember them. Others show how the weather has changed over many seasons, with smooth, slightly rounded surfaces from rain, wind, and millions of footsteps. You can see how well these stones fit together in the low light of the afternoon. Even after hundreds of years of frost-heaving, root growth, and nature's general chaos trying to take apart human buildings, most stones still touch each other, with only a finger's width of space between them. It's the kind of craftsmanship that makes you feel bad about the shelf you put up last weekend that wobbles. If you close your eyes and really listen, the sounds around you aren't that different from what people travelling in Rome would have heard. Birds are singing in the hedgerows that mark the edges of the modern field, wind blowing through the grass, the sound of sheep bleating in the distance. These sheep are the descendants of flocks that may have walked along this road when it was new. The English countryside stays the same even as things change, but if you look more closely, you'll see that the landscape tells a story of its own. The road is in a slight dip, but not because the Romans built it that way. Instead, the land around it has been slowly built up by years of farming, with each year's leaves and organic matter adding microscopic thickness to the soil. The world has risen around the road, not the other way around. You can see that some of the stones have wildflowers growing between them. These aren't invasive weeds that are ruining old buildings. They're part of a unique ecosystem that can only be found in places like this. Some of these plants are very rare and only live in the specific conditions that Roman engineering made. Botanists sometimes look at old Roman roads because they keep ecological conditions that have disappeared in other places. A modern hiker walks by on a trail that includes this part of the Roman road. She's using GPS to find her way, following a route she downloaded to her smartphone, but she's walking on roads that were built 2,000 years before electricity. The mix of old and new isn't jarring, it feels natural, as if the road has taken in the technology of each time period without losing its basic character. You come across a part of the road that archaeologists have partially dug up further down the path. They've carefully dug out dirt from one side, showing the cross-section of Roman construction like a slice through a layer cake. You can see each layer, the big stones that make up the base, the mixed gravel and mortar above, the sand that levels the surface, and finally the paving stones on top. There is an interpretive sign that tells you what you're looking at, but the building itself is so clear that it doesn't need words. This is how to make something that will last. This is how you build infrastructure that will last for hundreds of years instead of just decades. This is how you show future generations that you had faith in the future and did what you could to make it happen. But this exposed cross-section is also very sad. It feels like seeing the bones of the earth itself, the skeleton that lies under the skin of the land. It was never meant for people to see the road like this. Its strength was supposed to come from everything working together as one. Taking apart its internal structure shows us how it works, but it also makes it less useful, turning a useful piece of infrastructure into an anatomical specimen. You might find things in the nearby museum that were found along this road, like coins that travellers dropped, pieces of pottery that used to hold oil or wine, and a bronze figurine that someone lost 2,000 years ago and never found. Each thing is a small tragedy and a small connection. Someone's loss is our gain, and we can think about the moment that was lost. The simplest things are often the most moving. A toy cart for a child, a hairpin for a woman, or a worn sandal sole. These common things make the road feel more like a person than military or architectural history can. They remind us that this road was used by more than just armies and trade goods. It was also used by families visiting relatives, craftspeople going to market, children seeing the world for the first time, and old people making one last trip to places they loved when they were young. Roman roads were built for useful things like moving troops, making trade easier, and keeping the government in check. But they ended up serving a more basic need. The need to connect with others, to move, and to see what's over the next hill and the one after that. This is why roads are important for more than just their engineering specifications, or their usefulness to the economy. They meet a basic need in all of us, our constant need to be somewhere else, and see more than one place can offer. Archaeologists and geographers have found something amazing. Even when the physical roads were gone, the paths they made across the land often stayed in people's minds and practices for hundreds of years. Picture a part of a Roman road where all signs of construction have disappeared. The stones that were quarried for medieval buildings, the foundation layers that were spread out by centuries of farming, and even the road itself have all been ploughed under and grown over. There doesn't seem to be anything left to the casual observer, but if you map out the trade routes from the Middle Ages, the paths that villagers used to get from one settlement to another, or the property lines that farmers set up, you'll often find that they follow the same line as the Roman road that is no longer there. This persistence occurs because pathways through the landscape are not random. Roman engineers chose their paths for good reasons. These were the easiest hills to cross, the most direct routes between important points, the best places to build bridges over rivers, and the best places to cross valleys where travel was possible. When the Roman road went away, people found these same best routes on their own. They weren't following the road because they could see it. They were retracing it because geography still gave them the same answers to the same problems. Even when people have built things on the land, it still remembers. This is still true in modern Britain, where many of today's highways follow the same paths as Roman roads, which often followed the same paths as Celtic trackways that came before them. The Roman Watling Street runs along most of the A5 highway from London to Wales. The A1, which is the longest numbered road in the UK, follows a path that has been used since prehistoric times and was made official by the Romans. The modern highway system in France still uses Roman roads for both routes and names. French engineers built their modern road network in the 18th and 19th centuries, and when they could, they followed Roman routes. They thought of themselves as restoring old infrastructure rather than replacing it. The Inca road system in South America is another example of something that lasts. The Inca Empire fell apart in the 16th century, and their roads fell into disrepair. However, many modern Peruvian highways follow Inca routes. Modern roads wind along the same paths as the Incas carved steps into mountainsides. This is because the geography hasn't changed. These are still the best ways to get through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. This persistence teaches us something deep about how human-made things and natural landscapes work together. We like to think of our roads and buildings as things that get in the way of nature, as things that people change the world to fit their needs. But in reality, infrastructure works best when it works with the landscape instead of against it. The roads that last, whether in the physical world or in the minds of people, are the ones that find the easiest way through the land and don't fight it. There is a more profound lesson here regarding the essence of civilization itself. We often think of civilizations as completely new things that come after what came before. For example, the Romans took over what was there before, medieval kingdoms took over Rome, and modern nations took over medieval structures. But human geography shows that things have stayed the same more than these political stories say. People keep living in the same places because they have good water, good places to defend themselves, good soil, and easy access to trade routes. They keep going the same way because the mountains haven't moved and the rivers still flow the same way. Political systems come and go, but the basic link between human settlements and the landscape changes much more slowly. This is why archaeologists can sometimes guess where they will find old roads or settlements just by looking at the land and geography. There are only a few passes that don't require mountaineering gear if you need to cross a mountain range. There are only a few places where the banks and current make it possible to cross a river. Ancient engineers knew this, and they pick the same places that modern engineers would pick if they were starting from scratch. The fact that routes stay the same over time is another reason why some cities stay important for thousands of years while others fade away. Rome is located at a key crossing on the Tiber River, which controls north-south travel through Italy. The ancient Latins who first settled there, the Romans who built their empire from it, the medieval popes who kept it as a political centre, and modern Italy, which made it their capital, all cared about this geographic advantage. The Thames narrows in London, which is why the city is there. It is the best place to cross the river. Paris grew on an island in the Seine that was easy to defend. Istanbul, which used to be called Byzantium and then Constantinople, is at the most important point where Europe and Asia meet. These aren't random choices or accidents. They're places where the landscape almost requires people to live and build. The story of Roman roads is just one part of a much longer story once you understand this. Those roads were just one part of a long history of people trying to get around quickly, connect the places we've chosen to live, and get around the problems that geography puts in our way. The Romans did a great job of telling this story on a large scale, but they were not the first or last to work on this old project. As we near the end of our trip down these old roads, let's think about what we've learned and how it affects us now. You're back in your comfortable spot, and your tea may have cooled down, but hopefully your mind is still busy thinking about roads, ruins, and the long history of human effort. The story of old roads shows us that infrastructure is always made up of both people and things. The stone and mortar are important, but they only work in a network of institutions, economic systems, and cultural practices that give them meaning and keep them useful. Even the best-built physical infrastructure will fail eventually if the supporting structure falls apart. This is very important for today's societies. Infrastructure like roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids, and telecommunications networks is all around us, and we mostly take it for granted until something goes wrong. We think that someone is taking care of these systems and that there are the right institutions in place to make sure they keep working. We also think that future generations will have the same working infrastructure that we do. But the Roman experience shows that these ideas can be very dangerous. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment from the community. Decay starts when one of these parts gets weaker. At first, it happens slowly, but it speeds up as small problems turn into bigger ones. The Romans built roads that could last for 2,000 years, but they weren't able to build institutions that could keep those roads in good shape forever. The main problem is that physical infrastructure can last a long time, but the social infrastructure needed to keep it up is weak and depends on stable government, enough resources, and cultural continuity. It wasn't engineering failure that caused Roman roads to fall apart, it was the collapse of the government. The empire couldn't keep up with the tax money it needed to pay for repairs. Administrative systems stopped working. making it impossible for the organisation to coordinate repairs over large areas. When skilled workers died without properly training their successors, they lost technical knowledge. People's cultural priorities changed from keeping old infrastructure up to date to just getting through immediate crises. All of these things are still true today. Countries have a hard time paying for infrastructure upkeep because it's easier for politicians to cut funding for repairs that aren't very glamorous than for new projects that are very visible. When people look down on government jobs instead of respecting them, the government's ability to do its job suffers. When societies don't value skilled trades, they lose technical know-how. Cultural attention is on short-term issues instead of long-term sustainability. But the story of old roads also gives us hope. People kept roads working even after empires fell apart and formal maintenance stopped. They did this through local initiative, creative adaptation, and practical improvisation. The roads may not have been as good as they used to be, but they still did their main job of connecting people and places. This strength shows that infrastructure once built adds value that lasts even during tough times. The road matters even when the pavement breaks up. Even when the journey gets harder, the connection is still important. The concept of a road, ingrained in landscape and cultural memory, endures beyond any tangible structure. This means that infrastructure investment is important for more than just its immediate use in today's society. Infrastructure that works well creates connections that affect geography, the economy and culture for many years. The initial cost may seem high, but the long-term benefits, some of which are hard to measure or predict, make the investment worth it. It also says that we should build infrastructure with the idea of graceful degradation in mind. Roman roads worked well when they were well maintained, but they also worked partially for hundreds of years after maintenance stopped. Modern infrastructure is often more fragile because it is made to work perfectly only under certain conditions. If those conditions aren't met, it can break down completely. What would it mean to build roads, bridges and utilities that could handle less maintenance without any problems? That could keep providing important services even if money or knowledge became hard to find. That could be fixed with materials and skills that are available in the area rather than needing special ones. These aren't just hypothetical questions. They're real issues for any society that wants its infrastructure to last through short-term problems. The story of Roman roads also reminds us to think about infrastructure in both practical and symbolic ways. Roads are a symbol of civilization, connection, and possibility. People think their society works and that the people in charge are smart when the roads are well kept. It seems like civilization is falling apart when roads get worse. This symbolic aspect is important because infrastructure affects how people see their relationships with each other and with the government. Good infrastructure is a sign of good government and social unity. Infrastructure that doesn't work shows that people aren't competent and things are broken up. These perceptions, in turn, affect how much political support there is for the institutions that keep infrastructure running, which can lead to good or bad cycles. Romans understood this symbolic part of things on an instinctive level. They built their roads to be big and impressive, not just to get people where they needed to go. Milestones told people which emperor had built or fixed each part, turning road work into propaganda. The Via Appia wasn't just a road that connected Rome to southern Italy, it was also a sign of Roman strength and stability. People in modern societies sometimes forget this lesson and treat infrastructure as just a tool. They wonder why people don't appreciate the complicated systems that make modern life possible. But infrastructure is never just about how it works. It's about who you are, your pride, and how social values show up in the real world. As we reach the end of our journey through time and over ancient stone, think about what it means to literally walk in the footsteps of so many people who came before us. Every old road that is still there has this quality of deep time, this feeling of being connected to a huge human story that goes far beyond your own life. When you walk on Roman paving stones, you're walking where Roman soldiers marched, where merchants drove their carts, where messengers ran with important news, where families moved to new homes, where pilgrims looked for God's favour, and where exiles left their homes and maybe never came back. Each of those people was just as real as you are, with hopes and fears and small daily problems that took up their time just like yours do now. They were worried about their health, their families, their money, and whether they had made the right choice in life. The road saw it all. Countless human dramas playing out on its unchanging surface. This is why parts of old roads that have been preserved often feel almost sacred, even to people who aren't very religious. You're standing in a place where the line between the past and the present is thin, and you can almost feel the presence of all the lives that are no longer there. The stones are proof that those people lived, that their civilization was real, and that they did things that still matter. The ruins of old roads also remind us that things don't last forever, which is somehow comforting instead of sad. Yes, even the strongest empires will fall apart. Yes, even the best-built infrastructure will eventually need more upkeep than anyone can give. Yes, everything that people do is only temporary when compared to geological timescales. But that doesn't mean that what people do doesn't matter. The roads were important to the people who built them and the people who used them. They had a big impact on the growth of civilizations, the success of cities, the movement of armies, and the flow of trade goods. Their legacy lives on in the geography of today, in the places where cities are, in the paths of highways, and in the shape of the world we live in now. The Roman engineer who carefully placed paving stones on the Via Appia probably never thought that those stones would still be there 2,000 years later. He probably also never thought that people with technology we can't even imagine would study and preserve his work, or that children who weren't even born yet would someday run their hands over the surface he made. But here we are, and the stones are still there. This makes me think that we should see ourselves as links in a long chain. The infrastructure we build, keep up, or let fall apart will affect the world that future generations get. The decisions we make about how to use our resources, how to keep things running, and how to teach the next generation of engineers and craftspeople all have effects that last long after we're gone. We don't know how the next generations will see our decisions. We can't say for sure which of our buildings will still be standing in 2,000 years and which ones will have disappeared without a trace. But we can try to build with the same care and ambition that drove the best Roman engineers, making things that will last, using materials that are better than what we need right now, and spending money on things that will be useful in the future, even if it seems like a lot. The funny thing is that the Romans, who were so sure that their empire would last forever, would be shocked to learn that their roads lasted longer than their civilization. They probably would have liked it better if their empire stayed the same instead of just its infrastructure. But from where we stand, the fact that Roman roads are still there makes Rome feel more, not less, eternal. As you finish your warm drink and get ready for bed, think about how this story could help you as you go about your day. When you drive on a highway or walk down a street, think about the history that lies beneath the surface. I wonder who walked this path before it was paved, what natural features made this route, and what stories could be told about all the trips that have happened here. Think about the people who keep our modern infrastructure running. They do unglamorous work like filling in potholes, clearing drains, and fixing bridges. In terms of work, they are the direct descendants of the Roman engineers and maintenance crews. They're using better technology to solve the same basic problem, but it's the same basic problem, keeping paths open so that people and things can move. Don't just see ruins like old Roman roads or empty modern highways as failures. Also see them as proof that people keep trying, building and connecting. Think of them as proof that we're all part of a long story that started before we were born and will go on after we're gone. The last light in your room is fading, and you're probably getting sleepy, which is exactly what should happen when you read a bedtime story. You've been with me on trips to ancient building sites, medieval manor houses, busy imperial highways, and overgrown ruins that the forest is slowly taking back. You walked on pavement that people have been walking on for 2,000 years, and you thought about what it means that their work is still there even though their civilization is gone. You've thought about why roads are important, how they are made, how they work, and what happens when the systems that keep them up fail. But most importantly, you've tapped into something basic about being human. Our need to move, connect, and get past the things that keep us from getting to the people and places we want to go. Roads are one of the most basic technologies that people have made. They make paths permanent and routes reliable. Because they meet this basic need, every culture in history has made them in some way. The old roads that fell apart when empires fell show us that being strong isn't enough. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment to the community. Even the best-made roads will eventually break down due to water, plants, frost, and the slow work of nature to reclaim them. But those same old roads also show us how to be strong. Routes stay the same even when the pavement goes away. Local communities find ways to stay connected even when the central government fails, and the memory that roads used to run straight and true across whole continents gives people hope that they can do the same things in the future. As you drift off to sleep, you might dream of old roads that run through your dreams, like perfectly straight Roman highways, mountain paths made by Inca engineers, and Persian postal routes where messengers ride through the night. In dreams, these roads might all connect, making a network that goes through time and space and connects the past with the present, roam with now and what has been done with what could be done. Tomorrow, when you get up and start your day, you'll be on the road. You could be driving, walking, or even just looking out your window at the street. Those roads are part of the same long story we've been talking about tonight. They're modern chapters in a story that started when the first people decided that worn paths could be made better, that routes could be kept up, and that connection was worth the money. The old roads have fallen apart, but new ones have been built. Some of the roads we use today will last longer than our civilization, just like Roman roads did. Some will be gone in a few decades, their materials reused, and their paths lost. We can't tell which is which, just like Roman engineers couldn't tell which of their roads would still be there 2,000 years later. But we can build carefully, keep it up, and remember that infrastructure is always a gift we leave for people we'll never meet. It's a gift that future generations may value or take for granted, but it will always shape their world. You're a part of this long human story of roads and ruins, connection and decay, building and rebuilding. Sleep well. The journey of tomorrow is waiting for you on roads that link your present to all the pasts and futures that have come before and will come after. The road keeps going, even though some of the roads are falling apart. The journey goes on, even when people stop to rest. The link between the past and the future stays strong though, in stone, memory, and the human desire to see what's over the next hill. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own. A radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686. A clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his Safe Haven Abroad, Bayle wrote a sceptical historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the monopoly of church and crown on truth was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophy was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilising minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now they were still whispered, but the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar. Typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Du-Deffand, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candlelit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. A good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the Encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher, Société Typographique de Neuchâtel, transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials. like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolised a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticate. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, rival philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, pindurized or were scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist, and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defense against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognizing that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Régime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies, and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled, and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Religio-bigotry, superstition, and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown Spamdad censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change, Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes, religio-bigotry, superstition, and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown Spamdad censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman Marquis de Condorcet died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the Revolution's violent illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the Revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The Revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Quenelle rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes unfairly responsible for the revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the Declaration of Rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticized it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasizes a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realized that enlightenment would be a long-term, tense project. Thus, the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story. Salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history.